I would love to retrace what happened,
Right. Yeah.
what led to us doing these two albums for each other. And I'm going to start it and hand it over to you at some point.
Great.
Okay? So, the way I saw it, we had this very nice, or two very nice conversations in May. And in one of the conversations, you talked about not being really in a zone where you wrote at that point.
Yeah.
And the other conversation, you kind of, it felt like you got back into it a little bit. And right after that, you started sending me voice memos of new songs.
Right.
And especially one thing where you recorded a solo Vinova track, and then I was, reckless enough to just record my own accompanying with a new synth that I got.
Yeah.
A Roland. And then we both liked that and decided to release that on my YouTube. And then you to me it seemed like out of nowhere came up with this incredible new album, Slightly, which I loved and became one of my favorite albums of yours.
Yeah.
And I reached out to you and said, because I really felt a strong wish that I wanted to make music with you in some form, but we both knew that in the near future you wouldn't come here and I wouldn't come to your place. So I said, let's do, I don't really like remote albums, but I think that's the only thing that we can do. Let's do that. And you were like, yeah, no. And now I'm going to hand it over to you because you had this incredible idea and I want to get your perspective on it.
It's interesting that, I didn't even remember that this next part was necessarily my idea. The whole thing is obviously a collaboration. I don't remember exactly, when was this, by the way, that we thought of this?
I think I think in the days after your release of the new album. So that must be maybe June or something?
Yeah, that's June. Yeah. So I guess what we did was this idea that we would, and what we've done now, is write music for the other person on paper. And then the other person, it's funny because I've been telling people about this, and it is actually really confusing to say.
Everybody's
it's so
confused.
Confusing.
Everybody closes their eyes like.
Yeah. The easy. Because I do think, it's a large world, and time is stretched all out too. I guess recordings aren't that new, so there is a chance no one's done this before. I've not heard of it. Someone probably has done.
Me neither.
But it's something like this. We know this is that it's not common. So we're both, like I guess almost all musicians, we both play music and write music, and so let's just say the basic concept. So
yeah, what's the basic concept?
The basic concept is you give me paper, I do whatever the hell I want with it. So I don't have to do all the pieces. I can change things. I can rearrange things. I get to choose what instruments it is. I can play with the forms. There's a solo. No, there's not a solo. Whatever it is, and I'm sure we'll get into those details. And I basically have this pile of papers, and I have to make an album out of it. And I get to make that album however I want, and then I get to sequence it however I want, and then I mix it however I want, and I master it my way. So it's kind of like the image that I had when we were first talking about it is it's like, maybe like imagine that like everything you do is Legos and everything I do is like Play-Doh or something. And it's like you send me like the sketches for what the city that you'd like built, and then I build it in my own stuff and so it has my touch. my instruments, my recording style, everything. And it's all me playing too. Nobody else is on it. And you get this weird thing back, which is you get this complete album that is your album, and it is made entirely by me. And one key thing that helps with the concept is that album is completely written by you. So all you know, it doesn't matter if I interpreted things, it's all the copyrights and everything, all the publishing is yours. It's like all Pablo Held music. And the recording that I've made that's your master recording. It's not owned by me in any way. So essentially what I've done is recorded your entire album for you for free. And then you did but it's all mirrored back in the other direction. So I get to write music on paper, send it to you, and then get to see what you do with it and get a finished album that is going to be my album, which is my album is called Pablo Held Plays My Music. Your album is called Chris Weisman Plays My Music. We got the covers all done and everything. And I guess people will be seeing this when they're out.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. So this is
just out.
This is a couple months. We're talking a couple months ahead.
Yeah.
And in early 2026, this will be like people will be able to listen to this. So on my Bandcamp, which is where it will live for now. I mean, in the future, there probably won't even. I mean, knock on wood, but you know, who knows how long Bandcamp exists? It'll change over time, but this will always be my record. I just don't play any notes on it. It's all you playing it. And by the way, it is completely incredible. We'll get into that stuff in a minute, but
likewise.
Thank you. So this is mine, and if I someday want to put it out on a vinyl, or I could do that. It's like I can do whatever I want with it. It's mine, and you can do whatever you want with yours. It's yours. And we had this really strange, we got to have this really strange experience, which I gotta say, I had already had a weird experience recording your album for you that was really rich, really different than stuff that I've dealt with before. Really complex. Also, I gotta say, that was the beginning. I mean, maybe it was only... Did I record it in September?
Yes.
Okay. So that was only last month. But because right now we're in... the date of us recording this is October 23rd. So it's weird that it's only been a couple months, because that was the start of me... I wouldn't say Lightly was really the start of me breaking out, because I made that and then I was like, I think I can do another one, and then I couldn't. It was like this thing happened and then it was kind of done. And I kind of went back, not to the same exact place, but I went back to some place that wasn't super on fire. And then when I started doing your album, since then I've been totally on fire. And the thing that's interesting, and I won't say everything I've been doing, but one thing that I have been doing is, even though I could I've got albums coming and stuff, but I haven't been using the energy as much to maniacally make albums. I've been actually practicing a ton, but really inspired. And that inspired phase where I'm feeling terrific, despite what's happening to my country, is started with that project with you. And then I'm going to let you talk now, but I will say I only heard your album I only heard my album that you made for me, like 3 days ago. So
for the first time.
For the first time. And I have a lot more to say about it and a lot of questions, but I'll pass it back to you, because now maybe we should go back to...
Yeah, cool. I think so too.
Greetings. My name is Sam Amadon, and you are experiencing the Pablo Held Investigates podcast. And I am experiencing the Pablo Held Investigates podcast, as I do every week. It's such a beautiful thing to be able to go so deep with Pablo and the musicians he talks to. I go back and forth between the conversation, and I'll pause and go to listen to the musical examples, and then I'll return to the conversation. It's profoundly beautiful and enriching. And if you connect with this podcast as much as I do, I highly recommend that you support Pablo on Patreon, because it keeps the podcast going and it provides a whole backdrop to a whole other dimension of the investigation. There's 2 tiers. There's a general listening podcast supporting tier, which has background materials and other stuff around reflections on Pablo's listening. And then there is a more of a practicing instrument lesson type tier, which is even deeper and more specific. I hope you support it and check it out, because these are the kinds of things that keep the world turning at this time in our universe. See you out there in the investigation zone with Pablo.
The initial idea got us both super excited and confused at the same time, I think.
Yeah.
Like I think for a long time I hadn't really understood it.
Yeah.
Which led to confusion and a lot of talks, which I'm so grateful that we had these talks. So we had the initial idea, and then I already said, okay, but now I had this crazy summer ahead of me.
Right.
So I knew I wouldn't be able to either write or record anything for a couple of months. And I think we actually said, let's write throughout this year and go at it next year.
Right.
Then I had this crazy summer. And like with a lot of touring and teaching in jazz camps, which was super cool, but I was also exhausted. And then we went on vacation in Tuscany, and since I didn't have anything to work on, my mind kind of rested, and that made space for this project to come into my mind. So in a way, every day of the vacation, I was relaxing, but I was thinking about this thing for the whole time.
Yeah.
And ideas started to come, like things that I could write for you, scenarios, just ideas came. And with that also anxiety came a little bit. Because, and this was what was responsible for a lot of the conversations that we had, my anxiety and my fear of letting go my own music, and also I thought about it and thought, okay, so I'll write this album, and then it's incredible that you'll record it, because I love your music. I love how you approach music. We obviously love to exchange stuff and love to have an exchange going, which I'm so grateful for. But I've never really given away my music to somebody else to record my album. Like that hasn't happened before.
Yeah.
And I think the most challenging part for me is that I was going to release this as my album. And this was also the cornerstone of our conversations, because we had, I think, 2 very important conversations before one before we recorded and one in my memory, and one while you recorded my album.
Yeah.
So I thought about ideas that I could write for you, and then when I got back from that vacation, and this was, how do you say, it had 2 sides to it, because I was so relaxed from that beautiful vacation and so inspired by it. And my goal from that vacation was actually a thing that is a bit surreal, because my goal was to keep that relaxation. It's often that we have when we go on vacation, you want to keep that relaxed state while you get back into things. And I was so pumped to start writing. So, of course, the relaxation went away right away, and I jumped into, in a way, manically writing every day, writing something every day. Some pieces were kept on being in progress for several days, and some while I was working on another piece were cranked out like this, which often happens with me. Some compositions I'm obsessing over for days, weeks, sometimes months, and some are like I have to just in a way rush to get everything on paper that comes,
Yeah, totally.
And while I was writing, I was thinking of you, but I was also sometimes mistakenly thinking that I will record it, which was not true. So I had sometimes trouble realizing what the
you mean
is,
emotionally, or really you really thought you would record it?
No, that was the thing. Like emotionally, I was still like, I'm making my record.
Right.
Technically, I was like, no, I'm writing for you, and that was the thing, because my basic understanding up until this point, I think, of making an album, usually an album was for me a documentation of who I am in this moment.
Yeah.
Artistically, inspirationally, and as a person, whatever. Like almost like a card. Here's my card. This is me.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's selfish or if that's just, I've made so many albums until this point, and I'm grateful for these opportunities, but it was always like, okay, let me document what's happening right now.
Yeah.
That was a record for me. So my fear was, I'm writing something, but if I'm not playing it, I'm so used to playing my own music. I know how to play my own music.
Yeah.
I'm so used to shape my own music after I've written it in the process of playing it on stage, playing it in the studio. And although I love you, I love your music, I was scared a little bit, but it was like, what's going to come out? And is this really me? Because I was so attached to that card thing. This is me.
Yeah.
And actually, I had beautiful conversations with my wife about it, who always said, like, just relax. This is a different kind of project. Don't think of it as your album in that way. Think of it as this opportunity to have this real exchange.
Yeah.
And a couple of other friends, I also talked about this, because I sometimes need help in artistic moments like this. And then we had these conversations, and the first one was, did I freak out or did you freak out? We did the pep talk thing, and I'm not sure who, because in one conversation you helped me. I think the first one was you getting my music.
Yeah, I got really freaked out.
Yeah, and you said, like, it's too complex, or it's too complicated for what I'm doing, because I sent sheets, but also I sent some demos, which was also the control freak in me. I have to. Here's my idea of how it should.
Right.
This is how I hear it. I wanted to help, but maybe I also wanted to kind of give already a direction, which was, again, my misunderstanding of the situation.
Well, just to be fair, I don't think it was a misunderstanding. I just think we were making it up as we went along. So that I don't think you did any. You didn't do anything wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, I get that. So I sent you, I don't know how many songs I sent you, maybe 7 or 8 in the first batch. And you said basically that's, and I still remember when you said, okay, if that's in terms of complexity, if that's a 7 for you, I need you at a 1 or 2. And I love that. And and then I thought, whoa, okay. Again, the fear of, okay, but where is me?
Right.
And then that weird thought of, I don't want to think like that. And I hate it when other people think like that, when something that is complex, we talked about this, when something is complex, it's kind of more rich. And when something is more simple, it's like not so much so,
Yeah.
I don't think like that. Although in this moment I kind of felt like, but if I kind of narrow it down, wouldn't I even lose more of myself?
Yeah.
And but in this talk, I kind of gave you more encouragement and said, like, no, I was thinking of you.
Yeah.
You doing this with your palette, with your sound world, with your approach, and also with some of the tunes that I sent you, there were a lot of different parts, and just on the basis of having listened to your music so much, I assumed that you would have done a lot of things with overdubs and different layers and stuff, which you did basically.
Yeah.
And we kind of came to the agreement that give it some more time, and you can do this, but also I will write more music.
Yeah.
Which kind of put me also because I could still engage with that inspiration, and that I've never written so much like in these days of early September and late August. I've never written as much, and it was the craziest composition phase of my life. I have to really say that it's like I've never experienced anything like it. And I think that also comes back to the uniqueness of this project, which like this isn't a place where I've been before.
Yeah.
And I love that. If I could, I would be. I still love performing, of course, but I have a very romantic fantasy of being a composer who gets up every morning and drinks their coffee and then just writes, and then does a break and then writes again and writes again for I don't know for what kind of projects, but so I kind of could live that dream for a while, and then I started. And please interrupt me if you want to interject, because during that same time, one of my Patreon people went to the Library of Congress and made photocopies of handwritten sheets by Wayne, Joe Zawinul, lots of people, and shared them with me. And so I got to see a lot of handwritten charts for Wayne tunes that I've loved, and I've been collecting sheet music, handwritten sheet music by my heroes for a long time, but I was kind of overwhelmed with the big chunk of things that I've got.
Yeah.
So I got to see charts for Mascalero, Footprints, Dance Cadavers, lots of different things. Also lots of things that Wayne wrote in different ways. So I saw basically what I'm trying to get to, a lot of sheets from the early 60s, mid 60s era. Wayne wrote on small sheet music paper. So not the big that we're used to. No, he wrote it on short kind of, and it was usually sometimes like 3 systems, and that's the song.
Yeah.
So I got so inspired by seeing that and wanting, and also like how big these songs are in my mind and how small they are on paper was really inspiring, and was the biggest kind of help that I could get for this kind of unspoken assignment that you gave me. Write more stuff that is maybe more clear and more concise and also simpler.
Yeah.
So seeing this sheet music helped me in this way that I could then, I bought, let me see. I bought this.
Oh, wow.
A while ago, I made a sheet, like a notebook myself and produced it myself.
Oh, yeah.
But it's out of print by now, and if I get some money, I'll do another batch, and I can't wait to do that. Even thought of doing a Kickstarter for it or something. But having this kind of small sheet music book, I bought a lot of them. I just made my coffee and sat in the kitchen table and started writing songs.
Without the keyboard?
Without the keyboard.
Oh,
yeah.
and can you? I can do that with a melody, but I can't do it with. I can only do it with a melody. I can't really hear multiple voices. I mean,
Yeah,
I can't. Can you?
I don't even think about it like with multiple voices, but I can imagine how a note sits within a chord.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Like this is the ninth, or
Yeah.
whatever. I'm thinking of Brattleboro hikes at the moment,
Right.
where the first melody note is the ninth of the chord,
Right.
and that can sometimes get to new kinds of inspiration. And so a lot of the times I finish the songs at the piano,
Yeah.
but I kind of write most of it when it's like shorter pieces like this, and like the Outriders came like that, and Ancient Inscriptions. So a lot of songs I sent to you, and was able to kind of dive into a new kind of inspiration phase, which I'm still in actually also. Like
Nice.
I'm still writing these smaller, more simpler, more concise pieces, trying to get to the point right away, which gave you, I think, more room to play with and to more be you within my world. And so that was the first talk where I kind of gave you encouragement.
Yeah, just to say about that, like, you know, I have like this. I mean, I think, I mean, from a high level, this project has really confused me about who I am in a way that is really a gift. And
me too.
I kind of have a lot of things to say about that. But the first thing is, I have this friend actually, who's an old friend of mine named Jason Sperling, who is an incredible. I met him at UNH through our mutual friend Ryan, and he is just. He's not a professional musician, but he could have done that. I don't know if he agrees with that. He's a little older than me, but he's about my age, and he happens to live around here. So, and there was a period of time where we didn't hang out that much, and then we started hanging out more again. When I met him, he was like an incredible blues guitar player. Like, and I know everybody's like, okay, you know, blues is like, you know, people can be as important as blues is in American music. I mean, especially white people playing blues. It's kind of something that gets made fun of, you know, until you hear somebody who's like really, really good, like Blake Mills or Jay Sperling. Like where it's really, really, really good, you know? And there's something mystical about it, and you don't know what it is. And there's not a way to say it. Jay can do all this bending and stuff. Just all this vocabulary that I don't have and technique that I don't have. Just really subtle controlling of energy. And we play jazz tunes together too. He can play jazz stuff too. But he's just so soulful. And I think all the way back from UNH, kind of have a story about myself that I'm not as soulful. And I think there's some truth to that, actually, that, you know, I'm not like a blues guitar player or whatever. But I don't know, recently I was sort of telling that story again, and Jay was kind of pushing back a little bit. He wasn't like, you're a great blues guitar player or anything, or, you know, he knows I can't really bend, but he was kind of like pushing back in a cool way on that. And it was just a reminder that, like, if you tell yourself you can't do something or that you aren't somebody, you kind of make it true. But a lot of these stories are a stretch, you know? And so I have this whole super complicated thing with, like, kind of feeling like, you know, in some circles, like, I mean, the simplest way to say it is that in jazz, like, I kind of feel like I can't hang fully because I think that that's not true, and I think it is true, and it's probably actually no such thing as just jazz. It's like everything is one situation at a time, probably. You know, it's like there's no such thing as like, I can do this and I can just go play with anybody. It's just like, that's just not how it works, you know? It's much more subtle than that. But within other musicians that I play with who don't have that theory stuff at all, you know, kind of more from, in the loose sense, the songwriter side of my life, or the rock side of my life. I mean, a lot of those people also have a ton of theory and can play jazz and stuff too, but not everybody. And to them, it's kind of like I know all that stuff, and it's like I could kind of do anything, which maybe is not quite true, but you know, it's kind of like to them, it's almost black and white. It's like, you know that stuff. I don't know that stuff. And then it's this whole identity trip in between for me. Like, and I have all these, you know, super complicated feelings about it. Like and I actually, you know, I could kind of go on, and I don't want to get lost in it. But I think that when I got that music, I basically was like, this is too hard for me. And I think what I said to you was, I'm dumber than you think I am.
Yeah, right.
Which I actually think is true and untrue both. I don't think there's an answer to it. I think it is kind of true, actually. Like, I know, and you don't have to say, you know, I'm not trying to make you compliment me, because I know I'm actually confident. You know, I feel really good about myself as a musician. And maybe that's an uncomfortable thing to say out loud, but I do. I feel happy, and I feel like I'm growing, and I feel like I have strengths and all that stuff. And I think this is true, you know, you're playing gigs with people, and you're part of you're in a world that I couldn't be in those bands. Unless I was playing some kind of insane role, like I was there to almost break the whole thing somehow or something. But I also am like, it's also like I kind of can do some of that stuff. It's like I do play jazz guitar, so especially solo jazz guitar, like, but it's like if I get pushed, it's like there's certain zones in which I'm in this zone. It's very expansive, and it's competent, and I can, and then you just push things a little across a line, and it's not. I think this is like where it's like whatever. It's like I'm hearing myself talk, and I'm like, actually, like, no one wants to hear this shit. It's like everybody.
Keep on going.
Okay, but it's like everybody.
I want to hear it.
Okay, it's like everybody, you know, has their own head trips about who they are, and nobody knows who the hell they are.
Yes.
Nobody knows. You know, you know, it's like we're amplifying the negative stuff. We're underselling the positive stuff, or sometimes overselling the positive stuff, but it's not the positive stuff that's actually the stuff that's moving other people. It's like it's basically like it makes you sick to think about yourself too much, and it's best not to, basically.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to learn to. I mean, one thing I kind of have been thinking about a lot is just trying to tell less stories about myself, you know? And I kind of am having a stretch where it's happening. You know, I'm not really thinking as much about, like, who am I? What do I do? What am I not going to do? It's more, I'm shaken out of it right now in a nice way. But when I got the music, I was like, this shit is too hard. Like, it was, and I heard the demos, and it was like, you know, a lot of 3-page long tunes. And I was thinking of you transcribing Wayne, like we were talking, I think it was even in our last podcast. Yeah. We're talking about, you know, you were like transcribing these solo sections and realizing that he was, through composing the bass part, you know, it reminded me of that. There was that, and that's a high compliment. It wasn't that it was just at that complexity level, but it had that weird feeling to me of, there's a lot of notes and there's a lot of music, but it's got this weird buzz to it. like this that you know was kind of reminded me of Wayne High Life or something. I guess I'm thinking of that tune Cassettes or something.
Yeah.
Or Weather Report. I mean, this is like my favorite music ever. And I was like looking at it and I was like, my reading isn't that great. And it was like, you know, the grand staff is hard for me because bass clef is so rough for me. And I was just like, even if I just went through this piece and just played the notes of it, that process is going to take me a long, 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 long time. And I felt overwhelmed, and I felt like, you know, and I hadn't tried to play anybody else's music for so long, and it was just kind of like this shock of like, I felt like I was in college again, and I was like, I don't think I can do this. And then you were like, I think you can, and you did reassure me that you were thinking of me when you were writing all this stuff. And I think what happened then, although we didn't, I think that, you know, I thought my memory of it was that I said to you, can you write some simpler stuff? And you basically said like, I think you can do this. You just get in there, and I think you'll find you can do it. You said like, I have heard you do this, you know?
Yeah.
And which is interesting. There's an interesting kind of question there. Like, have you or have you not? And I could, again, see it either way. It's like, the answer is kind of yes. And the answer is kind of like, but how did I get there? I might have got there some other path. Yeah. Or I might not be able to control when those kinds of things happen. Mm-hmm. But my memory of that part is that I basically was like, okay, I'm going to try to do this. And I kind of believed that I could. And I kind of thought you were like not going to write anything simpler. And what I feel like ended up happening is we both met in the middle. I think you did start sending me stuff that was, it wasn't even necessarily, I mean, honestly, not that much simpler, but shorter anyway. Yeah. And I mean, I was like looking, I was like, oh my God. And, but at least it's one page. And then, but I was also engaging with some of the longer stuff. I guess Rondo Lavender is one page, but it you know, it's, to me, this looks complex and like kind of long. So I felt like what I was doing was going for it and getting in there and believing that I could do it, which ended up being partly true. And then you sort of started to become interested. I mean, I heard it seemed like you got interested not just in, I got to make it easier for him, but you got interested in the challenge of, you know, that obviously we're both familiar with that, like, you know, that game of like trying to make it simpler, you know, and still have it be great, you know.
Yeah, I was where's the book? Yeah. Do you know this book?
Yes. I have that exact book. I love that book. Morton Feldman's so good.
Exactly. And he, on one of the, somewhere in the book, he says, like, you shouldn't decide on the frame of your painting before, too early. Because you'll end up limiting yourself. So that was something that really inspired and also I took seriously reading that quote, and I thought about it a lot when writing. You know? So that led to some pieces. This is years before our thing.
Okay.
So this leads to sometimes being like pieces sometimes being super long.
Yeah.
Because I just keep riding that wave of inspiration. And sometimes pieces are shorter. And sometimes I read inspiring quotes like that. I read books and find meaning in it and find things that work for me, and then I take them on as, yeah, that's part of me now.
Yeah.
And as much as I love that quote, I had to abandon it now. And I really find a lot of inspiration with choosing my frame right now.
Yeah.
So just to intersect there a little bit, this is kind of where I was coming from.
Yeah.
And what was important to me. And now I kind of abandon it for a while, and I really find a lot of good things in it.
Yeah.
And I'm riding this wave now. So
yeah.
shorter pieces, more concise, getting to the point. And I'm seeing, it sounds like a business thought, but I'm seeing the results. I'm seeing the results in my trio. I'm seeing the results with sending it to you and you doing incredible things with it. And I also remember you saying, I think this might have been in the second conversation, which we should get to.
Yeah.
Where I think you started, you sent me, I was sending you these more simpler pieces, and you started working on the music, and all of a sudden I get in my iMessage inbox, I get 2 files.
Okay, I know this. Yes, this is another key part.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to tell it. I want you to tell it. But before we go there, I want to say one other thing. You owned up to this idea, and this is, I think, where we're about to go, actually. This idea of control and having to let go and stuff. And I just want to say, I have those exact issues. I want to say it out loud. I don't want you to be the one that says that. And I have to acknowledge that I am a total control freak. And the way that it manifests for me, it's the reason I'm cutting in now is because it perfectly relates to that Feldman quote, where I think the way that I have, and I'm not criticizing myself, I just know, like, I want to know what the rules of the game are. I love knowing the exact frame, and there's probably room for growth with not knowing the frame as much ahead of time. But like, I kind of like to have like I mean, I've been like writing haiku poems lately, like 5-7-5. Like I might use them for lyrics. I love like extraordinarily strict parameters. And I'm making this album soon that's got this exact method to it. And it's like, I mean, it might be worth saying what it is, because I wrote 11 songs. I'm using this certain guitar. I'm using a pick. It's like this certain kind of style of writing. It's not finger picky. It's more strummy. And I'm going to go, I told you about this, and I'm going to go on the first. It's coming up now. I've been practicing the songs every day. On the first, I'm doing a recording with my friend, with Ruth, which is cool because we don't usually work together. Ruth, Omid, my friend Omid, Ellie, and Nick Biseglia. I'm also hiring Nick and Ellie to record it and engineer it and help mix it and master it. But the recording is that we're going to go in. I'm going to have all the lyrics for them printed out. Nobody's heard any of it. No one's heard any of this. But I know the music as well as I ever do, like, because I've been practicing it every day. And we're all going to go in there and we're all going to set up microphones. And no one's going to see anything. We're going to sit down. I'm going to give them the lyrics and we're going to record. And I'm going to be singing and playing guitar and no headphones. I don't sing very loud. So they have to like sing along with it while they're hearing it for the first time. They have the words, but it's not going to help them that much with the phrasing and stuff. What I'm actually intrigued by is that is not the result, because I don't know what it will be. Like, I could imagine it, and we're going to go through the whole thing twice, and I might allow myself to give some notes on the second time. Like if they're going completely bonkers and acting totally insane, I might say, pretend you know it, that this is normal. And I've already told them all this but ahead of time too, which fits with the point I'm actually making. And first of all, I have a very deep connection to all four of these people. And so I actually think a lot. I kind of think that a lot of what actually happens in music is probably almost psychic, or you just get with people, you know how it is with your trio. It's like, it gets to a point where it's like kind of weird, and I remember Bill Frisell talking to you about it with Thomas Morgan too. That it seemed like he knew ahead of time where things were going to go. And there's all sorts of weird, music is crazy because you get right in there and tuned in. And, if I'm at like a party with these people or whatever, it's like, you can start making up a song and then they'll be singing with you the same words and everything instantly, and singing. It's like, we can all just, so as long as, I'm just kind of, it's a gamble though. So the way that this connects to me being a control person is like, my tendency is to have sort of like perfect control on the frame or the concept of the game, and then like really no attachment to how it comes out. It's more like
the process.
It's the process and the result. And I am trying to get results that are interesting to me, but the way that they're interesting to me has to do with. I'll just say this. I'm very controlling about setting things up so that I don't have control. And that's like, speaking of Feldman, that's a pretty Cagean thing. Like, it's like, where he's like, he's not like, let's all just, when people got the wrong idea with his pieces and they started just like taking the piss and just like playing random shit, it drove him insane. Because it wasn't a big weirdo jam. It was supposed to be these people, playing his crazy piece that was based on like the imperfections in the paper or whatever he was doing. So I have, like, for better for worse, I have like that kind of personality. And I think when you tell this next part of the story, it's like, it's sort of a story about you being uptight, but it's a story about me being uptight for sure, too. Where I'm like, look, I don't want to talk, but, so anyway, you go ahead, but I just want to own that.
Yeah. So I get 2 sound files in my inbox without a comment. And those were, I think, Rondo Lavender and Brattleboro Hikes.
Right.
I think.
Yes, that's right.
Those were the 2, which is interesting because it's the first and the last track of the record.
Yeah.
And I got scared in another way because I listened to it and was like, what? Like in the past days, we've been sending each other like held back texts with some sort of reaction to our records, which we've listened to.
Yeah.
But one topic that came up is the disorienting thing.
Yeah.
Like, I hadn't listened to my music in this way.
Yeah.
And it totally sounded like a Chris Weisman song.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, but why? Like, yeah, great. But why? No, yes, no. It's like, I got dizzy. And also then I got frustrated a little bit because I was like, is this it? Can I still make adjustments? So I was actually a bit like, oh, come on, Chris, why didn't you tell me what it is?
Yeah.
Is it a demo? Is it like a first attempt? Is it the full thing? And so I was hesitant to answer because I also didn't want to give the wrong impression that I'm not grateful for what you've done already.
Sure.
Like this is such a beautiful gift. Diving into the music and sending me the first couple of tracks. But I was also like, okay, but yeah. So the control freak was full on there. And I don't know what I wrote, but I kind of said something positive, but also asked, like, can we have a talk about this?
Yeah.
Which I think freaked you out a little bit, because then we talked, and the first thing, or one of the first things you said was, what was it? It's like, when you wrote such and such, I was about to cancel the whole thing, which I was like, oh shit, no, I didn't,
I'm sorry.
No, that's another cool thing, that we can talk, and this was one, I think this came up in the first conversation. We are both very honest.
Yeah.
When we talk. It's hard to lie. It's hard to hide our feelings.
Yeah.
Good and bad, So we both appreciated that we can say very direct things.
Yeah.
Criticism even, or honest feelings about whatever we think, and not worry that the other one will run away or something,
Right.
or we will hurt somebody. We can say these things, and which is super productive and good.
Yeah.
And I think it's, if we wouldn't have that understanding, and that this level of trust in there, this wouldn't have happened. This would have stopped right there, I think, or even earlier. Even earlier.
Right.
So I was basically, I wasn't sure, is this it? And you said, yeah, so this is not only it, I'm never going to do them again. I will never record these pieces again. I was like, but I did have some notes. It's like, I kind of hear the melody, I kind of hear the melody, or that ostinato. I kind of hear legato, and you played staccato.
Yeah.
And you were like, yeah, that stuff nobody says to me.
Oh.
And I can't function if I get notes like this.
Yeah.
And then, but also you had a lot of understanding for my kind of situation, where I'm used to this exchange. Like,
yes,
when I have a rehearsal, stuff like that, or even more bigger topics get addressed and are being dealt with, because I'm used to a communal way of making music together and dealing with music and composition, especially like the first kind of attempt for a composition. You maybe give some instructions, or you just let the people do their thing, and then you interject if you have ideas, So I had certain ideas about Rondo Lavender, and I think I had some getting used to. I had to get used to the distorted guitar accompaniment of Brattleboro Heights and stuff like that. So stuff that made me a little bit uncomfortable, because it's more you and less me, I guess, or less my idea of what this song could be, So you made it clear that you're never going to do these pieces again, and also that you're never going to really take in any notes, or suggestions.
Oh.
So I had to, that required some relaxation of mine and easing into this kind of, this is what it's going to be. I get songs, and these are final, and I just have to accept and let go of my idea, because it's my album, yes, but you're going to do my album. And I love and you've already in this conversation give me more metaphors and images for this kind of beautiful project, where you said, one of the ones that I really liked and that I could also understand this project better was, like, you said, you do the sketch and I get to do your painting, which we were back at painting.
Yeah.
So, and that helped me. This helped me. And also it helped me. And I think the hard part also for me was that you were already in the zone of recording this album.
Right.
And I wasn't. And it wasn't a jealous thing. It was more like, you're doing all these things to my music. Beautiful and sometimes hard to process for me.
Yeah.
And I'm still in the phase of I was basically dealing with other music because I was playing and on tour and
Yeah.
doing interviews and doing different kinds of stuff, and I wasn't in the phase where you were in, so I couldn't kind of balance it with but I'm also working on your music and I'm doing all these things, because also in regards to my schedule, I had recording dates planned for the end of September.
Yeah.
And we're speaking now beginning of September. You're
Right,
doing
right.
starting my process, which was beautiful because I woke up each morning and got another text with another song. But I sometimes wonder, like looking back on it, if it would have been easier for me to get the whole thing in one thing.
Right.
This is another thing that you said to me in this second conversation, where you helped me and you encouraged me to really embrace the concept. Finally, where you said these pieces will also balance each other out.
Right.
Which is a concept that it's hard to imagine if you just get two songs.
Yes.
And these are basically the first two songs that I get to hear from this project. And I'm like, where's this going to go? You know? And you really held on to that promise or that prophecy a little bit, where you really these pieces that you recorded, they really balance each other out. And again, I had no idea which songs you were going to make, because I just got two songs and I was like, okay, so what is he going to do next? Is he going to do cassettes? Is he going to do Beyond the Vestibule and, all these other pieces that I sent? And while doing that, which was so cool, you sent me the first tunes, first final recordings, and I got to balance it a little bit out with more compositions, because during that time I wrote, I think on the day where you sent me Rondo Lavender, I wrote Ancient Inscriptions.
Right.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And the day after that, I think I got Osmos and I don't know what else. But on the second day, which was a crazy time for me because I was teaching a combo the whole week, 5 hours a day. From the morning until the afternoon, and before the combo, I was writing these little pieces. Yeah. After before breakfast, and it was a beautiful but super full and intense time for me. And then I wrote the Outriders and sent it to you, and Yeah. And I don't know where I'm going with this, but in the second conversation, you really kind of taught me the what it's going to be, and. I think in that conversation in the beginning, we were again at a place where it could have all just gone away. Yeah. We could have said, no, maybe this doesn't feel right. Right. I think both of us in the first and second conversation were at points where we said, no, let's not do it. Yeah. And I'm so happy that we went.
Yeah, me too. I have to say, it is... It's so strange. I mean, it's kind of cool because I didn't know how much of this you would necessarily... It's actually sick that you just want to talk about it all, in public, because this is all of it. It's there's different ways that I think I tend to want to go where, to go to the real shit. And not everybody else is always like that. So I didn't think about this consciously before we started talking, but I didn't know if we would necessarily fill. I think we knew probably. I think I knew at one point we probably would get into all this, because in a way,
I think it's important for this whole thing.
Yeah, I agree.
And also, and we talked about this in both conversations, some real feelings came up, some real stuff that I was struggling with, and that whole thing of who we think we are as people, as artists, you know, I was struggling with all of this. And also there were a lot of, like even last night I was up. I'm tired now.
Yeah.
I was up thinking about your record, and also your record. I'm talking about your record, the record that I made for you.
Yes.
Those pieces are playing in my head the whole day.
Yeah.
You know, and there were a lot of nights with no sleep for me, and I'm not complaining, but I'm just trying to say how much this project has affected my life, you know, in all kinds of ways.
Yeah.
You know, and it all, I'm still on it. I'm still in it, although I've completed your album.
Yeah.
And listened a lot of times to my album that you did for me.
Yes.
It's still there. It's still going. And of course, I think this will kind of stop or get to another phase when we finally get to release it.
Right.
But this talk for me is very important because, and I think it's also the nerdiest shit, to people doing an album and then we talk how much what we did, you know. So, but whoever's listening, I'm thankful that you guys are here, you know, and I'm thankful for you that we have this conversation and that we get to share our feelings and doubts and the real. This isn't the promo episode. This is more like, I think this is important for both of us that we process what has happened, because we held back our reactions to each other's albums for now.
Right.
And also I think it's also important for both of us to get each other's perspective on what made us approach each other's music in this way, you know?
Yeah. I want to say that about the idea that I'm like, nobody tells me what to do. Like, if you say the word legato to me, like, I'm out of here, whatever. It's like,
Yeah.
Because I remember, I mean, it was cool because I remember in that conversation, I was talking in I guess I was talking the way I'm going to talk right now, which is, it's a strange position when you know you're crazy, or crazy is the wrong word. Crazy is a little too hard, but you know you're really, really particular, and you know that that's not easy for other people, and you're not offering up to change that. It's a really strange place to be. And it, you know, I think that for me, it's not like a done deal. Like, and that's how I do it. You know, I just tell everybody I have OCD and then they have to accept it or whatever it is. I think it's dangerous to think that that's a good formula all the time or something. The thing that I just want to say, just because this is happening in public, you know, which I'm actually psyched about, is that for me, I don't think it's a good quality in a musician that they can't take any notes. I don't think that's good. The thing is that I'm so rarely in situations where that would happen. I did play a show with my friend Kyle. I don't remember when it was. It was probably, was that even this year? It might have been the end of last year or something. And he was here. It was before he moved back to Vermont. He was here, and we were doing some of the songs we wrote together that he just released, that you haven't heard yet because it's by January it'll be online. But it's cool, yeah. It's this album.
I've seen it's only on vinyl.
Yeah, it's only on vinyl. It's very expensive, and it's beautiful. But it's also a way to actually make money on a record, you know. And so he's not putting it online until it sells out, and it's gonna sell out. Like, it's not that many copies. It's like 300 or something. But he's getting a label started, and it's really cool. I'm actually really super psyched about the whole thing, and you know, it'll be also really exciting when it's online and everybody can hear it because I love this album. But we did a show, and at one point we were in this room actually and we were rehearsing, and he's pretty chill. He's not like really that picky, or maybe he is. I don't know. He's a confusing mix of those things, but he's like, I was playing bass on a song, and I knew it. I'd learned it quickly, and I knew I was playing it, and he asked me if I could play the notes a little longer.
There you go.
And
yeah.
And I just, like, the most unbelievable rage built up in me. Like, you do, it was like, and it's,
how dare you?
Yeah. And it's not good. I mean, it's not that I think the thing that is hard to convey is, I don't want to defend that because it sounds like, almost like Donald Trump or something. It sounds like, somebody with a huge ego that is like really sensitive, super, super sensitive. I think what I'm about to say may be true and it may be false. I'd like to believe it's true, but maybe I just don't know. I can't really know. Like, I just have these feelings and stuff. But I don't think it's that I believe that everything I do is right and everybody has to like it. I know I'm not a popular musician and that my music is not for everybody. In fact, it's probably mostly not for people. I mean, I'm making it to please myself for sure. And when people like it, it makes me feel terrific. But when it's not, like, I'm not a big deal or whatever, I'm cool with that. It's fine. Like, I don't think it's that I think everything I do is perfect and everybody has to like it. It's more like, and this is where what I just said, that's the thing, that maybe I am like that and I am lying to myself. Maybe I do think I'm Mr. Perfect or something and everybody has to like everything I do. If I really do feel that way, I'm a little out of touch with it. Again, I'm skeptical of stories, but the story I tell about why I am so allergic to notes is that I've trained myself not to give myself notes. And it's kind of like I'm so radically picky in my life that music has to be this really protected space for me where there's all sorts of stuff that's going wrong, but I just, I'm just like kind of like, I have like one mode, which is like kind of like radical acceptance and moving super fast. And it's kind of like challenging for me when I'm in a situation, and it should be like every time I'm collaborating pretty much, but it's like I just have a really hard time with situations where there's any notes. And I mean, that's probably why I'm doing this session with my friends singing that way, is that and I don't know what's right for them, but I'm giving them the gift of exactly what I want to happen for me, which is, here's the rules. Like, now within that, you can just do absolutely anything. And, so I don't know. I guess I'm taking up kind of a lot of space with this part, but I just want to express, like, I think it's really cool to hear back what I actually said, because I know I said that and I remember it. And it is also a little uncomfortable. It's like, I am like that. And it's like, I'm not like, it's not necessarily easy to hear.
I think, but what helped me take it in and also not take it in the wrong way is like that, radical way of thinking helped you to make the music that I love so much, you know? If you would take in notes from people, the music would be different, and it wouldn't be as much, it wouldn't be maybe as unique as it is, you know? That you're not trying to listen to other people's opinions about it, or even your own opinion sometimes about it.
Right.
Like you told me that in one of our early conversations on the podcast, you told me that you don't like certain songs that you've put out, or you have problems with them.
Yeah.
And that level of acceptance is something that, you know, I have a lot of respect for. I wouldn't put anything on an album that I don't like, you know?
Yeah.
Because my view is like, this is my music. I have to like it first.
Yeah.
And everything that I don't like shouldn't be in my music because I don't like it. And my music should be what I like, you know?
I mean, to be fair,
which is again also maybe radical, you know?
I mean, I do pretty much like everything I'm doing when I'm doing it. The thing is that sometimes over time I don't like stuff as much. And that's where I have to take the position of I would never change that. I would never like delete that or whatever. But yeah, I mean, once I did like assert that I wanted total freedom, I did have a terrific time.
Yeah.
And I do think me having a fun time, I mean, I'm not trying to justify me. It's complicated, but it's weird. I feel like we'll get to this when we talk about listening to the albums back, but like there's a sense in which I'm talking about myself, and there's a sense in which I'm floating outside myself, like kind of observing, you know, and it's interesting.
And that happens when we play also.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
We're in it, but also there's another kind of ear that is floating above ourselves, trying to take in the full picture. And I think we came to an agreement that both of us had to work on certain issues of ourselves and certain areas of ourselves. That was in the second conversation. And that we had to basically let go and accept these things about the process and about this project. And we accepted to do that, and then you kept on sending me songs.
And I have to say, after that conversation, I was in that state I get into. I think I made the whole thing in less than a week.
Yes.
It was very fast. And I was working crazy hours doing it. And after that conversation where you had a couple things that I mean, even when we were talking, though, you were like, at first the distortion was hard, but now maybe it's good. You know, it's like you were kind of accepting it as it happened. But everything I sent after that, you dug right away, it seemed like.
Yeah. Maybe
it was easier because you had to. I don't know.
Yes, totally. No, I also held back a lot of moments where, you know, because these as you know, these pieces get all sorts of reactions. But so I held back any kind of thoughts in terms of, okay, but I hear this legato or whatever. I was trying to take it in and also give you like, give you, how do you say, like positive feedback, which I generally felt. It was like, go ahead, more.
Yeah.
You know, I love this. And but I still wonder, and this is something that I kind of looking back to it is maybe a tiny regret, is that I maybe would have had a different experience listening to the whole thing in sequence, you know? So but we're never going to get to do this again in this way because this is the first time.
Right.
And we didn't know how to do this. We kind of, as you said, we're like Indiana Jones says, I'm kind of making it up as I go. Go along. So, no, but it was the craziest journey for me. And I'm still on that journey.
Yeah.
So I'm still noticing new things in the songs, new favorite moments, and things that I had maybe difficulties listening to change You know,
Yeah.
it's beautiful.
Let me grab this notebook because I want to show you something.
Yes.
I think I left it over here. Oh yeah, you can hear my voice stuff. Yeah. So one of the things, I mean, just sort of the end of the story of me making your album was that I had kind of done. I started kind of, and honestly, even the short ones, like, song by song, like, maybe at one point we can just talk through the songs or something. Like,
Yeah.
we can just talk through everything. But because I have like little things that'd be interesting to say. But
Yeah.
I will say that I did some of the pieces. Let me see. I guess, yeah, for me, the ones where I challenged myself to do the harder ones, for me was right out of the gate, Rondo Lavender was like not particularly easy, It was only one page, but it was pretty dense, and a lot of the voicings. And the reason those voicings were like not ringing that long is because I was playing this rubber bridge guitar where there's like a piece of rubber in here.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
This is what Reuben Cox invented, and now it's like really popular, and all these other companies are making these now. But he's the guy who invented this in LA. And, it's kind of deadened. So,
Yep.
And I'm playing it on a bunch of records in the last few years. I really like it for playing lines and stuff too. It kind of feels almost like an acoustic bass timbrely a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I was actually wondering if it because it's also so low. Oh, I just lost your camera.
yeah. It said add effects using hand gestures.
Don't use effects.
I said no. I X'd it right out.
I was actually wondering if this is an electric bass, but it isn't, because it's so low, and the sound of it.
It doesn't go below the range of a guitar. I wonder where my pick is. I've lost it. So where the hell? Oh, yeah. It's a regular guitar in terms of the range, but it just it can kind of sound.
So you're also using this on the Outriders, right?
I took some notes. So Outriders, I think it's on.
Playing the melody.
It's the melody on Bootlegs.
Yeah.
It's the backing part on Rondo Lavender that the sort of, it's not written as a melody, but that the melody I sing kind of arises from the top note.
Yeah.
Those chords.
Yeah.
It's not on Steamer. It's not on Ancient Excerpt. Yeah, it's playing the melody on Outrider. Yeah, I'm using it for the chords. Right. It's like, yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah. I also thought that the melody sounded like that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I just don't remember right now. But anyway, just in terms of like the songs where I was like still like I'm gonna do this hard thing. Just looking at this is Rondo Lavender was like that for me. Steamer was kind of an easier one. Ancient Inscription easier. Bootlegs easier. The Outriders easier. Osmos harder.
Yeah.
Brattleboro Hikes easier. So it's like there's kind of like two kind of half hard ones, and then you sent a bunch of music that was just like long and really hard to me, and I was like, I'm going to do one of those. And what I did is the one that plays, that's all in thirds. What is that one?
Yes.
What is that one called?
7 Mystic Drawers.
Yeah. So what I did is, on the mornings when I was recording, I knew that I couldn't play it unless I rewrote the whole thing, because the register was weird, because even the the right hand of a piano is in the wrong octave for guitar.
Yeah.
And the bass clef stuff was just vicious. I gotta say, that piece of music, is a worst case scenario in terms of accidentals. It's just insane because it's like, it's almost like, you know, kind of like this sort of symmetrical diminished kind of stuff, but it's not. If it was just that, it would be easier. But it's really, you know, you're awake the whole time and you're hearing things. It's an amazing piece of music. You know, people will hear these pieces at some point because I've heard the demos. I've not heard them because I can play them. But, you know, there's these little parts where the vibe changes just for a second and kind of, it's incredible music. So what I did is I sat down and I very, very slowly wrote the whole thing out for I wrote it for 2 guitar stabs. So.
Oh, wow.
So this is, you know.
It looks amazing.
It was hard wrought. I mean, that's 2 pages of that. And, you know, also lots of double checking, you know, to make.
Will you share this with me?
Yeah, I can send pictures of it. I'll give you pictures of it. I mean, I hope there's no mistakes in it. I think I got it, but now it's not that complicated. It's just all thirds, 2 hands, 4 parts. There is some little tricky stuff where because you're playing a piano, so there's there are things holding in interesting ways.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, it's detailed, but it's not like totally insane or anything. It's not like there's a lot of harder music, but for me, it was pushing me, and I
remember the text that you sent me. When you abandoned the piece.
Yeah. So what I did is I wrote the whole thing down, and I got to say, man, I think it took me like 6 hours to make this. Like I could have written like two or three songs. I probably could have written like a whole album of songs. I mean, that's an exaggeration, but it was like I'm
sorry, man.
No apologies. It was cool. Because it was like what you said. It was like, you can do this. And what happened is I really, really slowly did it. And I worked it. And then I was like, fucking finally done. And I came to the studio and I was like, I'm gonna like, now I can read it. It's all just, I can play. It's all in the range on a guitar. I can just play it. And I got, you know, it's 4 parts. I'm not, now the thirds move a little fast for the guitar. Like you can't, technically I can play all those thirds, but it was too quick. And I was like, I'm going to do it as 4 parts. And
4 track.
Yep. And I started to, and maybe double them or whatever, but, you know, and there's a click going in there. And I started playing and I was like, this is too fast. Like, this is way too fast. So I was like, okay, I accept. I'm going to slow this way the fuck down. It's just going to be slower. Started recording it. I don't remember how. I think I was doing it section by section. So I might have, this first section looks like it's 9 bars long. And I think I got you know, I was getting that in there and realizing I had made mistakes and had to re-record things, and I was like starting to be like, oh no, this is like these rhythms aren't that hard. But what I was realizing was that because the real issue was that the music, there was the thing. Okay, so here's the thing. This is the place where we really are different, and this isn't even that it's that you're better at hearing your own music. So the issue for me was my brain was just not learning it. Even if I heard the demo a bunch. Like you sat down at a piano and you played this whole thing in one take. And you said there are a couple little errors in there that you told me about. But you just played it like music, you know? And I know what it's like when I do something that people register as complex, but to me it's like kind of easy. It's like one thing after another. It's like, yeah, there's some cool notes and chords and some little rhythm things happen, but it's fine. You know, it's like not that bad and I can play it. But so I feel like I know that feeling, and I could tell that this is what's important, is that I could tell that's how this was for you. I could tell that it was like there was a certain amount of friction for you, but the way that this was, first of all, I couldn't do this with my body. There was no way for me to do it all at once. And the thing is that even if I tried to put it together out of little tiny pieces, I realized that like I almost can't read music. And I lost it, man. I mean, I was getting really frustrated with myself, and really I had felt like some of the music was too hard. And I thought it was really cool to consider that maybe I was wrong. And then I really, really tried, and I put in hours and hours and hours, and the thing where I lost it was like realizing there was mistakes and then going back and trying to fix them, and I couldn't even hear the music well enough to know where to put. I was trying to put punch-ins, and I was lost. Yeah. I was like trying to listen and figure out where to punch in, and I couldn't hear where I was. And I gave up, and it was like I didn't feel bad about myself, but it was still hard. It was like trying to do a pull-up and you just aren't going to be able to do it or something, which I probably can't do one pull-up, by the way. I had to go, I still had a lot of day left, and I had to just go take a walk. And like I walk all the time, but I don't usually take walks to calm down. And I just had to go. And it was crazy, man. It was like, I hadn't felt some of those feelings since college of just like, this is too fucking hard for me. And then I don't remember what they were, but I did a couple more songs that day, and it was great. And then it was done. So anyway, that's the end of my part of it. And then, yeah, I think I told you the sequence that night.
Yeah.
And then
you sent me this beautiful handwritten chart with even a suggestion for where you think the
LP cut.
LP cut would be.
Yeah.
You know, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, because who knows later on what you'll do with it. So just it's fun to, when I do sequences, I always try to think about that. Except my own, I guess, because I don't do it with.
I didn't do it with yours. It's actually something that I will give to you, in terms of this is the sequence.
Yeah.
And I'm happy with the sequence, but you choose where side A and side B is. I mean, obviously the beginning is the beginning, but where the mid thing is, you choose. I
haven't pressed anything onto vinyl for so long. It's just like it probably won't be. So, you know what's cool back in the day was like
maybe a cassette though.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
I was thinking also for your thing, maybe we could do cassettes. I don't know.
Yeah.
Cassettes, in the end, we do cassettes.
Well, it would be cool to have a cassette that was on one side, yours, on one side, mine.
Would this work? I mean,
Yeah.
How long is the side on a cassette? I forgot.
Oh, they can be really long. You can way longer than a half hour. Back in the day, 100-minute cassettes, yeah. Well, let's think about that later with the money and everything. It's like
sure, no, that's good.
But yeah, tapes are nice. So anyway, yeah, that's kind of, and then it wasn't that long after that Nick and I did our mastering, which is not really mastering. There's no really cueing that we do. It's really volumes. And just getting, I just did the thing I always do with my records, and then I had to wait because you were going into a studio, and then you went in, and I knew you were doing it with a bunch of keyboards, But what do you want to do next? Do you want to talk about which record? I feel like it'd be cool to talk about your record of mine, or my record.
I think we could talk a little bit more about the tunes and what you did with
Okay,
them,
cool.
You know, because
Cool.
I think my initial favorite track is still my favorite track, and that's Steamer.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's the best one.
So just tell me a little bit, because I love how you saw the sheet and then decided on both an intro, which is part of the form,
Yeah.
which is a part of the initial composition, which doesn't have an intro.
Right.
So you picked a beautiful spot, which is the beginning, basically, first 2 bars or something. And then you loop this for an intro, but then also for a solo,
Yeah.
which is beautiful. And I didn't think of that, and I think it's perfect. And maybe you can tell me a little bit about the instrument that you play,
Yeah.
and just the journey of Steamer.
Let me go. Do you want to do all the tunes, or do you want to just do that one?
Oh no, I'm down to do all of them.
Okay, because I think I can do it in a way that's not insanely long. So, and we'll
Go
get to
ahead.
Steamer
Yeah.
second.
Okay,
So
let's start with
let me
Rondo.
just ask you if you have any questions of it. So for the Rondo one, it's there's the top part, and then the bass. And the form is kind of long with a bunch of different endings. Oh, it's a Rondo, which I hadn't, which is so
it's a
amazing. I didn't know that form, and now there's 2 things I learned from you just on a compositional level for this. Rondos are amazing. So it's just A, B, A, C, A, D.
Yeah.
Right? And you can keep going if you want.
Yeah.
So it's like there's a path, and it keeps being like you're on this path, and you could go here, and then it comes back around to the beginning, and then it could go here, or it could go here, or it could go here.
Yes.
It's really cool.
It's also the first rondo that I wrote. So
Nice.
I haven't written one before.
It's great. It's a great form, and I just. And the other thing, a big thing I feel like I learned from you is that you're really good at writing endings. Like I never write endings, and you have like little codas, and you have like some really sick little endings.
Cool. Thank you.
So for Rondo, the thing I think one of the things that initially was hard for you, I remember, is like the bass. It goes for a long time before you hear the bass.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think I went through the entire form with just that rubber bridge and myself singing, and the singing was fun because I'm just catching the top notes. And I remember I was like kind of reading it. It's almost sight reading it, but I knew it because I'd been playing the guitar part. Some of those voicings are a real stretch. I don't remember them, but and I just like really, I think it was like one take, like just singing kind of with those top notes, and then hearing other little connecting things, just really with really not thinking, just hearing it. And that was really fun to do that. And then when the bass drops, you really hear more what you wrote. And that's also where I start comping on this.
I love the comping.
I like it too. I really love that guitar. That's that's this, I'll get it. It's right over here. So you can hear me still, right?
Yes.
So in college, I had this
This is beautiful. This is how the interview should be. Like
just walking around.
you randomly walk through the studio. Sometimes you're in frame, sometimes you're not, but you're still
Can you
speaking.
hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I was in college, I had this guitar, basically exactly. It's an Ibanez Artist from the 70s, and it was my like one guitar. My parents helped me. My parents bought it for me, and then I remember I had Grace Under Pressure, and
Sure.
I think that was the first time I heard Frizzell, actually, and I love that album, and it's Charlie Hayden and Joey Barron, right? Yeah.
Yes. And Skull.
Yeah, and I looked on the album and I was like, "That's the guitar I have." Like, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh my God, like, this is like a real guitar. Like, I kind of didn't
Yeah.
fully know.
People play this.
Yeah. And of course, he's so cool because he always just plays that. You know, I know he early played like a Gibson. And then I think Ibanez gave him the guitar and he just plays those and he has a couple of them. So anyway,
Yeah.
when I moved...
Sometimes a Strat. Sometimes.
Okay.
I've seen him play a Strat with Larry Goldings and Greg Hutchinson.
Oh, cool.
I think, which is sounded great. But I love it also.
Yeah.
When he plays that one.
So anyway, I had one, you know, and I think it was basically what he had, kind of. It wasn't a very great. I wasn't like really a natural at the jazz guitar. It was really hard for me. Like it was interesting. I'm happy that I did that. It was cool, but you know, it was a struggle, and it took me. My comping was probably better than my line playing for a long time. Whatever. It doesn't matter. But it was like I kind of never really had a sound on that guitar. I couldn't fully. It was just kind of part of the whole struggle. And when I was a senior and I was kind of like could play a little better and I had gigs around town and, you know, I was kind of like a real guitar player or something and I had, you know, played with drums and bass and, you know, got paid and taught and everything. I got like a Dan Electro guitar, like those, like it was like a reissue of like a 60s guitar and I kind of fell in love with this Dan Electro guitar. It's kind of a cheaper guitar. And I just like, and then I was moving to Austin, Texas, and I sold my guitar, and this one, and I've always kind of regretted it. Like, and then on the day after the election of Donald Trump, you know, I knew I had to spend some money. That, cause, you know, there's the whatever, but you know, when you buy gear, it's a write-off or whatever. It's a tax thing. And then you get to have a guitar too. So I just wanted to do something positive that day. And I drove down to Western Mass and I just went to the guitar stores. And then I just sort of tried this guitar and it's the Schofield model, you know, with a little silly drawing of his. And it was like 1,000 times better than the one I had in college. I don't know why. I think it's set up his way. Like the strings, he has interesting string setup where these are like heavier and they get looser here so you can bend them. And it's also just a really good instrument. You know, like any instrument, it's like each one is different. And I have a lot of instruments that I love, but this is still kind of new. I haven't even had it for a year. And it also, I don't know a ton about this stuff, but you know, you can switch the pickup settings and you can kind of make these pickups sound like single coil, which is like a Strat, which is what I usually play. But the way that they are normally is they're humbuckers, which is this other sound that's richer. And I'm just like, I was just playing this before we met tonight, and it's just like, I'm in love with this guitar. It's just like really rich and really, I'll keep talking while I walk away, just because it's funny. So, that's that guitar, which is on the record quite a bit, and
that's what you're comping with.
Yeah, it's just direct or something. I mean, or maybe it's through some little thing, but it's
what I love about the comping on that track is like it has an attitude.
Yeah,
and it's like moving and it's reacting to what's happening around it. It really feels like, because that's one of the reactions that I gave you already, is like that track feels like the beginning of a party.
Yes.
Which is why it's so cool as a first track, because a lot of characters kind of come in and join the party after each other.
Yeah.
And the vibe of the party changes and really gets it more going with each character that arrives.
Yeah.
And that character, especially the comping part, sometimes it's like not strumming chords, but chords, and sometimes it's just a few different counter lines that are going, you know. I'm not even sure. Did you record 2 tracks of that, or is it just one comping track? Because sometimes there's a lot of things happening.
It's just one part, but it's comped together because, I mean, this is like, there's a lot of things I'm excited to do in the future, and one I had a record that I made in 2021 maybe, called Opulent Block, that has a lot of like more like jazz playing on it, where there's comping and stuff, and it's like a lot of complete takes, you know? So I think that's what I would like to do. I really want to work on the comping thing and get more of that on record where I'm really performing it straight through. But there's also something that can be really fun, which is like, the way I did that was that I was looking at the chord symbols you had written, which isn't really how I learned the part by like just learning it as notes. I wasn't thinking of what it was as harmony. And so I was barely able to, like, I just really I'm not practiced at looking at that kind of chord progression and playing anything that's like music. So I was it was really brazen the way I was playing. I was like playing with an attitude, and I was like missing a lot of shit. So then I was just painting. So I was like splashing the comping onto the tape, onto the digital or whatever, and then fucking up, and then just it's pieced together. But
okay. So sometimes things overlap.
There's no overlapping.
Okay.
But it's like, yeah, and what inevitably will happen is that I would play until I messed up, and then I would go to punch in, and then the thing that and this is something I'm working on right now. It's actually, I've been practicing a lot on different instruments and really trying to hear the mistakes as not mistakes.
Yes.
Which is really simple. It's really, and you get a lot more practice than me with that because you're playing jazz all the way through.
A lot of mistakes.
But you're having to just commit, you know, and but I'm almost, my art form is more like recording, and it's more painterly and stop and start a lot of times. And so and that can be cool. So, but what would happen was that by the time I stopped the tape and went in to find the punch in, over half the time I would be like, oh, I mean, I even remember a really specific one, which is like, I don't know why I remember this, but there's somewhere in there where there's an F7 or something. And I think I went like, which is like an altered idea, you know?
Yes.
But I didn't. But that's not what happened. What happened was that because that chord you wouldn't normally play altered. Like, it was, the context wasn't like calling for that. It was that I was looking at the wrong thing, and I just played something. So I was like, whoops. And then I stopped it, and then I went in and I was like, that's actually really good. Maybe there was, I feel like I did something to justify it in another part. So I think there's just one guitar. Maybe you're right. Maybe there is some overlapping. I don't remember. But I remember justifying that with something else somehow, but I don't remember how I did that. So maybe there is a couple guitars at one point or something. But yeah, that was me kind of like really, that's that weird thing of where you're like, I can't really do this, and you're doing it. And then you listen back and you're like, that's super good. You know, it's like, but it's like, it's definitely not very competent. It's like, I think there's a lot of details in there that the attitude makes it work. But if you looked at what I'm playing, it would be like, maybe there's a bunch of mistakes, you know, like, I wasn't fully in control. I was like out of control is basically what I'm saying. Yeah, and then I looped the last 4 bars, which is the third ending, exactly. And then I played
nice coda, basically.
And then I played Vinova over that, yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions about that one? That's basically it.
I love when the Vinova enters.
Yeah.
And then how that interacts with all the other characters.
Yeah.
And yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Is that nice and loud?
Beautiful.
Yeah, I love this thing.
Yeah.
I was practicing today.
And then you told me that you're really into bending these days. And then this track is very apparent of that.
Yeah.
A lot of bending.
The whole album has bending all over it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
There's
even in some key parts, like where I don't know if it's a DX7 or something. I think on Outriders, the end, we'll get to Outriders.
Yeah.
But I love Rondo, and although I can still tap into the feeling of first listening to it and having these.
Oh no.
No, it's like I'm still on a journey with that piece.
Yeah.
I love it, but I can still tap into the first moment, which is something that is not unnatural, which will be different over time. And I've experienced this with a lot of my albums, actually.
Yeah.
Of you record something and you can still tap into the feeling of how it felt, and you're releasing it, and maybe it didn't feel as well as when you listened back, when you recorded it, But that feeling over time will change, because the more we share it with more people.
Yeah.
Like now we're in the phase where, as you wrote to me, you're going to keep it within Brattleboro and, close friends. Same here. I've showed it to a couple of friends, and already with each listening, the feeling towards each song changes.
Yeah.
And I'm on a journey with it. And when we get to the point where, by now, when we release this episode, it will be shared with everybody who is interested. The feeling will change still,
Yeah.
So I love the journey that I'm on with the song, and I love what you did with it.
Yeah.
So it's beautiful.
I mean, if there's a little tension left in it, I mean, I almost think that's cool, because it.
Yes.
For me,
I think so too.
For me, that means that I might get to hear you playing it at some point.
Yeah, we played it a bunch with the trio in gigs around the time where I sent it to you.
Oh, did I hear an audio? Did I miss that one?
I think so. I think I sent an audio for Ron.
Oh, I got to hear that, because I was listening to all those, and then I got super busy, and I think I didn't hear all of them.
No worries. Thanks for listening to what you listened to.
Oh my God, this stuff's so good.
No, because also it's like, I love how Rondo is a perfect entrance, but also foreshadows a little bit what happens later during the album.
Yeah.
And characters reappear.
Yeah. That
came through this party,
Yeah.
So I love that.
Yeah, I really like that that one. So Steamer was fun for me, because I basically just, and I don't remember the theoretical details, but I basically did this thing where, you had this tune, and the original title was Happy, what was it? Happy Helpin'? What is that?
Yeah, because it used to be, this is an older song, actually.
Okay.
That I never played, and that I just wrote it as a birthday present to a friend of mine.
Oh, and that's their name?
And that's his last name.
Yeah.
Matthew Halpin is a great saxophone player from Ireland who moved to Köln and then lived there for a couple of years. And that's an older song that I brought into the mix of things that I sent to you, because it really also reminded me of the kind of pieces I've heard you record and play. And I knew that you would kind of eat it up, I knew that this would be something where you could be, oh, I got this,
It's funny, because I thought it was, it ended up that way, but it did feel, it also seemed hard to me when I first was looking at it. I was like, oh my God.
Interesting.
Just because it's the very simple reason is that I didn't write it.
Yeah.
So it seems complicated. Yeah.
So what I really, really love and would actually like to transcribe is your way of comping through those changes with the arpeggios of the chords.
Yeah.
which it really adds another, because on the original sheet it's melody plus chord symbols,
Yeah.
and it really adds another layer to the song, which is, to me now, when I haven't played it, I've never played it. I mean, I've played it on a private jam session with somebody, bought the sheet
Yeah.
before I gave it to you, actually. And to me, it's part of the song now. And it's kind of continuing the thread of what the harmony is doing in Rondo Lavender. Although it's different, but it's like the function of, you're not strumming, you're playing the harmony through like a melody or ostinato or arpeggiated thing.
I mean, what I did is I basically was like, this is too hard for me to play it like jazz, where I can't, maybe I could learn to do that, but it's like I can't, I feel like if I was just improvising the accompaniment to that, I would play not so well, I think. I might just play kind of some normal shit that wasn't that great. So instead, I just went hard, and I did this more than once. That's also what I did with the Outriders also, is maybe with Brattleboro Heights too, is I just kind of went in there and really composed the accompaniment. And like pop music, it just repeats. And really made it where I liked it. So for Steamer, the thing that was interesting, I don't remember exactly, but I know that the real feeling was that, and I've sent to some people your demo and then mine, because I feel really proud of because yours is in this almost style. It's a style I like. Almost a sort of style of modern jazz or something. I don't know what, just the time feel of it. And I just made it really, really sad somehow. You know,
reflective is what I would call it.
Yeah, it's like about.
To me, it's not sad in a negative.
No,
way.
no.
To me, it's reflective. And it has an incredible vibe.
Yeah, I mean, I use the word sad not negatively at all, but yeah, kind of a certain. I remember when I was in high school. It's funny. It's dangerous how many of these podcasts we've done, because I could easily be repeating myself. I remember what.
That's normal.
I remember.
I mean,
it's cool. It's
that's
cool.
what we do.
I remember when I was in high school, I was like. I a couple years into really writing a lot of music, I was like, I think I write mostly slow songs. And it was this weird thing where it just happened. I wasn't like trying to be, it's almost like a ballad writer, or a lot of slow rock feels, like really slow. And it is kind of like my sweet spot, I guess, is these like slower tempos or a certain kind of... Anyway, I just kind of felt like I really changed the style of that song. And I also, there's a lot of details in the harmony, and I was really reacting to them all. Like, there's places where the way the picking is like you have two chords, but I'm going to just have one, because my harmonic rhythm wasn't going to overreact to how many chords you had written. And so I would have to like... kind of be like, okay, he has two chords, I would just have one, but I got to get this and this in there, kind of, okay, there it is. And then the bass part, which is on, I just got recently one of those Hofner violin basses. It's like a copy of one, but it's really good instrument. It's really light, which is, I know what McCartney what he likes about it too. Still, I guess. It's just this beautiful instrument, and I just... The bass part's really important too. There's a lot of double stops in it. Like, I mean, almost all double stops, I think, in the bass. There's some single notes, but there's a lot of times where I'm basically playing guitar on the bass, playing big grabs. And so...
a lot of tenths. Right?
Yeah. And tenths that slide down and like... And it's like this is the sharp 9 of the chord you have written, and kind of like that's where I was like, there's little subtleties in your harmony. I'm really kind of like, I got to get that one in there. I'll just, there it is. But probably similar to like my own arrangements, like for my own music, of like just really composing like a good, strong, delicate accompaniment that is an interaction between the guitar and the bass, And then just the melody is just verbatim. I guess that's probably on that archtop guitar with effects. Like the effects are like, Nick was laughing when we were mastering it because some of those effects, like I think on that song, is that song have that?
You have that on Outriders on the drum part.
There's these effects.
Maybe there's a little bit on Steamer too, but I hear the melody. Or didn't you play that on that wind instrument with the bending?
Oh, that's actually not that. I'll tell you what that is in a second. But there's guitars. It kind of is like Sherbet and Stars or something, where there's guitars playing the melody.
Yeah. At first, and then
later the solo joins. And then he joins in. But that's actually the DX7. So but there's just there's these silly effects that are in the Spire, the isotope Spire that I used to record, that I was really liberal about using in 2020, 2021, especially 2020, like when I was first, and like Nick was joking that, it was like hearing some of those sounds again, like brought him back to like the pandemic, it was like almost like in a traumatic way. It was really funny. And I can relate, it's like I kind of, some of that palette is in there, which is fitting too, because that's when we met, So
there's a lot of that stuff that I listened to also.
Yeah, it's like some of it was like using some of those effects again that were from that time a little bit. Mm-hmm. But yeah, my DX7 has my brother put a sound in there for me that's, the chromatic harmonica sound. Mm. And and then it has the pitch bender. So you can...
Yeah. Cool.
The only other thing I'll say about that... Oh yeah, I am really proud too of like the way that I took the first... What I did is I took the first 2 bars... Bar 3 lands on a G minor chord, but it immediately goes to like a D flat triad with an A flat in the bass. Yeah. But what I did is that turned that into this intro that it starts, I think, on, what's the first?
E flat.
E flat, E minor,
mm-hmm.
D7 with an F sharp in the bass, I think, mm-hmm. Yeah, and then G minor. Yeah. And the song's not in G minor, but I think it kind of is. And like, kind of like felt like I found that and then just like targeted that, and you just stayed there for 2 bars. So you have a 4-bar thing. But then the thing that I love the most is that by going there for the intro that way, and then in the solos, makes it much easier to play on. You're only hitting a few chords and then landing on G minor. To me, it feels like the beginning of like a amusement park ride or something, and then whenever it goes and then goes in to it's so psychedelic. Once I feel really proud of it because I feel like I did something to your composition that makes your composition really fun. Like where, like when it bursts through the G minor and keeps going, you're like, yeah. It's like it's so sick, all that other shit that happens. Yes. So I felt really psyched about that, yeah. And the only other thing I'll say about it is that I and this is fitting in with like what I'm kind of really interested in right now, is because I think that there was some harmony stuff. It's like the melody's going. You first hear the chromatic harmonica playing these little harmony parts. It's not soloing yet. It's just playing these little parts that I kind of just heard. And I just, learned and played. And there's some funny parts where it's a different note by a half step and stuff. but just like wrote a part, you know, like pop music again. Not thinking too much about the chords. And then I kept doing this while I was making this record, especially a couple key times, but I just somehow like convinced myself that I wasn't taking a solo. You know, I was just doing that, and then I just kept going. And then I just somehow didn't stop, even though there was all these places where I was like, no, that's not good. And then all I had to do was just get through it. And then I listened back and I was like, ooh, that's it. Like the first fucking take, man. It's like I was really just feeling that power of like letting yourself do the first take. And there's some parts in that solo, like I know it's my own solo, but where I'm like on a D and then I just am bending up to an E flat, getting to that chord early. And it's like, again, the bending shit, but the way that sound decays too is so incredible. Like it's so sad when you know. I was just in paradise playing that. Yeah, it was just really, really fun and
beautiful.
Yeah,
very nice sound. Very nice sound for a solo and a melody. And the way,
I think Donald Fagen said he's the one that invented that sound. I think and then like DX7 kind of copied that, modeled it on him. I don't know what he was playing it on, but he says that in an interview somewhere that sound kind of starts with him. Okay, so then the next one, these are just little notes I wrote, which is
Ancient Inscriptions.
Yeah, great song. I have always wanted to be able to do that Pat Metheny synth guitar sound.
Yeah.
In fact, there's a pedal that's in my music a lot since 2008. That's a Pog, which is an octave pedal, where I'm playing and it sounds higher. You know, it's actually on Osmos. I'm playing through it on that.
Yeah,
it's a very particular sound because it's not always tracking perfectly. But you know, I've the closest I've gotten to being able to kind of, because I think Pat, when he's playing this guitar synth, it's up an octave, I think, or even up 2 octaves sometimes. Like he switches it. And I have always kind of wanted to be able to sound that way, but never, you know, those guitars are like really expensive and crazy. And he's always insisted too that it doesn't even really make that sound. He uses it to make that sound. There's all this stuff he does after, all this super technical shit. So it's super expensive, super gear, wonky. It's just tough stuff. But Blake has one of them. And when we were doing Jelly Road in 2022, I was like, oh man, you got to like help me get that Pat sound. And he was like, I swear I was just trying to play the guitar. He was on the floor, this huge blue thing with all these knobs, just forever. And it was like, it never sounded anything like it. It was like, it's not, there's no way to just like suddenly sound that Pat way. So anyway, I recently just like was at this store in Northampton that I like called Downtown Sounds. And I was like, hey, is there any pedals that just cheap pedals that just sound that way? And this guy, Aaron, was like, well, this one might do that. And I was like, how much is that? And he's like, $100 and something. I was like, I'll take it. I didn't even try it. Got this pedal, had it for like a year, played with it a tiny bit once or something. And then that day I was like, oh, maybe I'll try this pedal. And then I just like clicked this one place I hadn't clicked, and it was like, it sounded that way right away. I was like,
it's here. Yeah.
I was like, oh,
it really sounds like
I think it must be modeled on it.
There's even a moment in your solo where, and please tell me if that, if I'm wrong, but it really sounds like in Woman where do de do de do de, like you do this thing, and it reminds me of a solo that I've heard from Pat where he does exactly that. And I was wondering, is that a moment where you subconsciously or consciously like kind
quoting
of quoted
him? Yeah, not
quoted a section from a solo, or
No,
It's the only moment where like tonally or from the content of the lines, it really sounds like that.
I mean, sure, subconscious. I've heard that I didn't think of Pat when I did that. I do like that part. There's other parts that sound to me more like him when because he has a certain sound on that thing early when he's playing on like the album with Higgins and Hayden. What's that record called? Rejoicing.
Yeah.
I think there's some like, you know, because he kind of almost plays out, you know, with that sound sometimes. But there was one point where I was playing it, and I'd never used that before until I was doing that, you know. And there's a place where I'm in B, and I was up high on the neck, and I was playing a B and an F sharp below it, and then just catching B major stuff on top.
Yeah.
And the way that the thing was responding felt a lot like Pat Metheny to me. Like I was like, this sounds so sick.
My favorite moments of this whole track, and obviously I love the whole journey of that song, but my favorite moments are the one where you're on that new plateau and then add the bells and then say, don't get scared. This is a powerful moment for me where I'm like I'm flying. And also the outro. What happens on the outro?
Oh yeah, the outro is kind of good.
Where
It's
like,
bending.
There's like bending and lots of you kind of vibe out a little bit on the last chord. And I just love how. And if that would have happened in the beginning, I don't think it would have been as strong. So I love that it took you this whole journey to arrive there, and it really pays off. So that's really cool.
Well, that one was like a really radical for me because the head, which doesn't sound that hard, you can play it on one guitar. You can get those, you know, where it lands on double stops. You can do it.
Yeah.
But I would have needed to practice it for.
It's also hard for me.
And
we're still playing it. It's hard.
I couldn't. It doesn't sound hard to me now that I'm listening to it. I'm like, doesn't sound that fast or anything. But I was like, I could definitely feel like if I had really devoted myself to being like a jazz guy, I had that feeling of like, this is a little pushing myself. This is just pushing. It's just something about the picking and the fingering. It was just a little fast for me. And I was again at my limit, but it wasn't that bad. But I did have to comp together to get the head, and it's two parts. It's two, you know. And it was like I kind of like made the head like in pieces. And then I did that trick again where there's two guitars and one of them I just kept going. And that way more than that other solo, I was like, this is not it. This is definitely not it. It was just like, you know, it starts off crazy, like really loose. Like right away, it's like almost sounds like so much like almost like I'm lost or I make a mistake. And I'm playing so freely too. It's like, I mean, it's easy because it's just those two tonal centers. But in my mind, I was like almost just putting my fingers down in places and stuff. And then I get like halfway, and then I sort of like, now I'm going to play good. And I start playing faster, you know? And then later on I brought that shaker in there. Like, it's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, but the thing, again, I was like, I got through that whole solo, and for some reason I knew, because I had already recorded the under thing, so I knew how much time I had for the head at the end and stuff. I think I could see where I was supposed to stop or something. But it's long. It's a long solo. It's like I'm going for a while. And it was another time where I was like, I could feel myself being like, you know, nope, I could feel all the critical stuff, or like losing control and an open string popping out or whatever. And then I just like, I saw, I know this is like normal stuff, but I just like was so pleased that I let myself keep going.
Yeah.
And then I felt so happy with not, I'm impressive or anything, but more like, I really let something happen that had a natural shape. Like I love the shape of it. And the parts that are weird and the parts that where I'm like playing in G major over B, or I just felt like I let something happen and I was like, there it is. That's like what I want to do.
Yeah.
Like I want to let shit happen. And I just was like really psyched.
Letting go.
Yeah.
It's the how do you say, the through line that goes through this project. It's like letting go.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's in that track, and it's in a lot of other tracks from both of us,
yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But the don't get scared actually is...
Who are you saying this to? Are you saying this towards me, us, yourself, the listener, or how do you mean it?
Well, initially, I think initially that's a place where I was like, that's this place where it peters out in the guitar a little, and you get the trick is that I distract you from it. But there's a place where if that didn't happen, I think right before that, I played something that was like, okay, I gotta fix that. And then I was like, instead, I overdubbed myself saying to myself, don't get scared. But I also thought
it helped me to hear this.
Yeah, I know. It's like...
It helped me for this project also.
I know, it's crazy.
To hear this.
It's the power. It's incredibly... I've been thinking about this a lot, actually. The power of just words, and that it doesn't really matter. Well, I don't want to get into I think I can do this from a distance where it doesn't have to be getting into politics, but I will say on the right in America right now, there's this whole thing called based, and it has to do with like it's this whole idea of like there's this kind of competition among people that are like rightward leaning to kind of impress each other by saying really fucked up shit. Like, and it's like, this is some of the stuff that's happening in the country right now, where these group chats getting released, and it's like all this very, very terrible stuff that they're saying. And then JD Vance is like, come on, like, this is like, these are just kids. They don't really mean it. And I kind of think they don't fully mean it. They don't mean it literally. And they probably do kind of mean this stuff too.
They're trying out to see how it feels when they say it out loud.
Yeah.
And trying to see if it resonates with themselves and others.
Yeah. I mean,
and then seeing how far they can go with it.
Yeah, and it isn't. It's really scary, and really they're playing with fire, because I think everything. This is what I've been thinking about, is that it doesn't matter if you're joking. When you say that shit starts to be real. That's like what I've been thinking about. Like, I mean, I don't like it anyway. You know, I don't like it anyway, that stuff. I don't think that, you know, but there's a negative side to it, which is that you can be joking. And I think we've all had times where you say something mean to your friend because you're joking, but you really are like a kind of pissed, or you weren't pissed till you said the joke. And it's like, I just think, and I guess I could picture, like, hypothetically, people saying positive things and not meaning it and it feeling bad, you know? But I kind of think when you say something like, you can be kind of, like, in a way, when I say, don't get scared, and then I'm dangling bells, it is kind of funny, too. It's like the song is kind of freaky, like the composition, ancient inscriptions. It's kind of like, it's mysterious, and it's kind of scary, but it's cool to be like, come on, let's go in there and see what's in there.
Let's go to that
Yeah.
place. Yeah.
But it's also kind of funny to literally say that in the song. But I also did feel like the incredible power of saying don't get scared. And I also did honestly think it really worked on me. And that I could feel it magically kind of being a really cool thing to say on a record. And that it kind of is like, because it's a really cool message. Don't get
also,
scared.
It's yes, but it's also, I think it's kind of genius how, on what volume you say it, because you have to listen to really notice it.
Yeah.
Because if you just listen like, I don't know, doing the dishes while doing that, there's a good chance you're gonna miss it.
Right.
Because there's also a lot of shit happening at the same time.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but if you say that and somebody's listening, and then you actually raise the kind of level of attention from the listener after that, even.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Yeah.
It's like you're saying to the person who's really listening, listen some more. Listen deeper.
Yeah.
Even deeper than this.
Yeah.
I love that.
I definitely work very quickly, and I work really, really detailed too. So like the precise volume of that, like I remember working on that. Like, while I was doing the track, I was mixing it while I was doing it, but I definitely remember listening to that like 30 times, 40 times in a row to get the volume right. Just that part. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
But yeah, don't get scared. I was saying it primarily to myself. It also fit the track in a cool way. It also was, I think, literally the day after that intense conversation we had. So in a way, not in any condescending way, but I was aware of the meaning of saying it to you too.
Yeah.
And
it worked.
But it was primarily, like I was putting it in a spot where I had played something that I thought was shitty. So, and then I just left that there, Oh yeah, one other detail on that is I got one of those like boxes, like one of those cajones.
Cajones, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So this is the first record I used that on, which you can kind of get a snare sound and a bass drum sound. It's pretty cool. Mm-hmm. And then the other detail in there is that I'm playing at one point when I was recording it, the input. Huh? So, there's all these wires and all this stuff. And I picked up the, at one point, like as I'm recording, I'm unplugging shit and I'm like leaning, trying to like do this. And I hear in the headphones zzz of it, and I'm like, oh, I know it's not perfectly a B. It's, I don't know. In Germany, do you have a different electricity note than we do? I know that some of Europe is a different note. It's like in America, it's like a between B and B flat, but it's close. You can register it as a B if it's in. So anyway, yeah, I just was drumming on it, and it's kind of inconsistent. Sometimes it pops out more, but you can hear it throughout. I'm playing it over the whole track, but I lay out on the E flat chord because I didn't want to put flat sixes on all those. But so yeah, that's that track.
Mm-hmm. Then we get to bootlegs.
So bootlegs, another one that I think I did the steamer trick on, where I transformed the vibe a lot. And this to me was like my version of Miles, like doing In a Silent Way, just the melody sort of. Although I kept all of your chords. I think for you it was an up tune.
Yes.
And then I played it just this. It's definitely like my second favorite song on the album. Like, I really love it, and I also improvised that intro on the Schofield guitar.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, in what way is the intro related to the song? I know you land on the chord, which is characteristic for the song, which is it's a minor chord and it has the tritone in its bass.
E minor with B flat in the bass.
E minor with B flat. That's the chord that is under the upbeat to the start of the form.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
did you have that as a signing post that you wanted to arrive at, or in what way is the things that you're playing related to that? Because it feels related and it feels like it's going somewhere, and it definitely arrives somewhere. But there's also a mystery to it where I'm like, every time I listen to it, I'm like, which song is this again? Let me, and then I kind of realize as we go.
I think it's to me that it has a funny quality to it a little bit. Where, I mean, I love the sound of that guitar so much. Like, it sounds nice. It maybe just has some reverb on it or something. But I think, I don't remember how I came up with that idea, but I think it was like, because it was before I recorded the keyboard, so I don't know what happened, but I might have literally just played, been tuning up and played the C, because it starts in C. But your song is never in C, I don't think. It's never in C. But I think it was just like, in a way I was depicting my own experience, which was just, wow, this guitar sounds nice. Wow, C sounds nice.
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, maybe I'll just, and then I think it's another one take, and there's something a little comical to me about it, because I'm in C and I'm just kind of playing, and I guess I'm just improvising freely. But I know where I'm going, which is to that chord. And then when you get there at kind of a funny time. And then stopping there is weird. And then when the keys swell in, it's like, oh shit. It's kind of, it's a little bit kind of like surprising.
It is.
And so there was something about it where I was like, I could probably do this again and it would feel more, I could make it feel more like you knew what was coming, but there was something odd about the way that I got it that first time. And then I was just like, that's something interesting about it.
Yes, totally.
Something.
And also what I love is the ending of Ancient Inscriptions, and then the beginning of Bootlegs with that intro. That's just sequence-wise is such a powerful moment. How you contrast, those sounds, those whirls, and that's a powerful moment for me. It's like, whoa, okay, where are we here? And we're kind of realizing where we are as we go along.
Yeah. So under that song, there's a click that you can't hear that I can turn off, in my recording thing.
Yeah, but isn't the one still there, or is that, you know what I mean? There's a hit on the one each bar. Is that part of the click, or is that?
I think it's the way the keyboard sounds. It's I don't think there's any percussion. I think the keyboard, because I'm playing my DX reface, and there's like, I'm playing this certain sound I use a lot, which is just like a kind of swelling chord, but there's a bass, and I think it has a little pop to it, because the whole track is over like a click that's going, but I took it out, so it kind of floats. Everything hits at the right time, but there's no way it could be played without a click. But again, I feel like that song, I love the sound of that guitar on the melody. And the melody is so good. And the chords, I'm just super literal about them. It's literally what you wrote, just nice voice leading. And then some bass. And then no solos. I just repeat it, kind of like Nefertiti or something. And then add some like kind of DX bell sounds at one point. Not much happens. It's just music.
Yeah.
And then and then it ends. You wrote an ending to it again, which I love. Yeah. So that's that one.
Yeah. Incredible vibe. Super.
I love that. I love that song. Outriders was interesting. Again, I did a similar thing where I felt like I couldn't really just comp that. I had to write it.
Yeah, but you also added again an incredible intro, which is just 4 bars.
What is it?
And I don't know. I wanted to ask you, what is it? Like, it's different chords than the first 4 chords.
Oh, I don't remember. No, it's the end of the chord sequence.
Wow, I never put that together.
Yeah, those voicings are later. You'll hear them later every time.
I never made that connection.
Yeah.
Wow.
But
to me, it sounds foreign. To me, it sounds like
they're crazy.
Cool.
They're really weird voicings, I think.
Yeah.
But I think it's the very end of the form. But I think you'll find that intro if you listen. But by then you'll be distracted because there's some melody going on or something.
Yeah.
But it's in there, and maybe that song has bass too. So
it does, and it has a cool percussion part. And there we have the.
Oh, that's the one with that one, right?
On the drums, yeah.
Right.
And also the way that you phrased this melody is so beautiful. I could listen to that forever.
Oh, thank you. Jeez.
It's like it has such a. I can almost picture you leaning back, not like not like the cliche of laid back.
Yeah.
It's like I can picture you playing in a really laid back fashion in life also.
That's a really good song. Let me see. Just look at the melody here. Yeah, it's just it's really good. Yeah, all I had to do was play it. I mean, all I had to do was play it. That's on this Rubber Bridge, which just plugs in and it just sounds beautiful, icy, Yeah, that was really fun. And there, I feel like there's a certain tension that I got in there by. It's simple, but it's simple, but you can get a nice alchemy between the chords being kind of my version of pop music or something, and then these melodies, sometimes are really. They sound like jazz, in a great way. And there's a nice, I don't know how to put it, but there's just something in the tonal colors and a little bit of tension between those things that just is really sweet. I really love that melody. Is that the song that has that sick ending where I had to yeah.
It has a coda.
And the coda goes, bump, like the time,
yeah.
Which I'd never, literally, you got something out of me that I've never done. I just, so simple, but I just never done anything like that. It sounded like a big band arrangement or something that I would have played in college. But there's another part of that story, which is I got everything set up. I was kind of, I think this is the song where I was kind of doing a little bit of the Sherbet and Stars thing, because that is the sound I think I used on that song. I'm so terrible. Is that in 3?
Yes.
Yeah. And what happened to me with Sherbet and Stars, or happens to be really often with the Vinova actually, is if I'm looking at chords, if I'm playing a guitar, I can kind of play I can play the changes just by reading, but it's not going to be that good until I really know it. But the Vinova sounds so good that I can just kind of play anything, and it seems like this weird thing happens where I can look at it and perfectly hit the changes and it's all good. And it's like this weird sweet spot that I can find. And on this tune, I thought it was going to happen. And I just instantly was like, I cannot play this. I cannot play this. It's too hard. Or and I kept trying, and I was like, maybe I got to put the Vinova away. It's like, I can't play this. It's like, I can't hit these changes. I'm like lost. And I thought I was just going to be hitting these nicely, connecting it nice, and it just didn't happen. And so
expectations.
Yeah. It was, which is cool. It's like super cool to like, it's just over and over again. It's like, you don't really know it's going to be like, even if it's crazy. Yeah. It's like everything is like a unique case. But what I did is and you could probably tell, I just like, I mean, I think I was like, I think I can kind of play these notes for this. It was really vague. It was like, I can kind of do that there. And then when I get here, I'll usually do maybe that note or something. It's like really, really rough. And then I just played free. And then I think there's 3 Vinovas doing that.
At least, yeah.
I think it's 3.
Is it 3?
And then.
Oh, yeah.
And then I just like, it just like, I was like, this is garbage. I can't play this, and I'm just playing shit. And then it was like, I did it, and I was like, this is fucking sick. It's like, sound good.
And also, you're in this track, which is maybe my second favorite track.
Oh, cool.
Because it contains all the elements of this project and this idea, and the beauty and the difficulty also of it in the whole track. Because my expectation was you're going to solo, lyrically over these changes, as I tried to when I played this song. When we got to that moment first, I was like, is this a message? Is that a little, message for me? I'm not going to play over your fucking changes.
Oh, no.
Taking it a little back to that first, or one of those conversations where you were like, I'm going to do whatever with it, So, and again, that's a moment where I had to ease into.
Yeah.
And once I did, it's so powerful, that moment. And it's also cool because I feel like all of those 3 Vinova tracks have a different personality. There's one who's a little bit more trying to hold it together and land on those notes that they're talking about, and then there's like free. How do you say? Like a very, very free-spirited kind of 2 other guys who are like just flying over the whole thing. And to me, I had to think of Ornette, and I also showed it to my friend Ollie, who we arrived at that moment, and I was watching him because I knew this is a moment for me. This is a moment for me where like I'm on a journey still.
Yeah.
I'm watching him, and he's like, "Whoa, that's so out." And then I was like, "Yeah, right." And then he's like, "Yeah, but it's so beautiful how he appears to hear every one of those notes, and how he means them."
Yeah.
And that was a beautiful moment to experience together. We were sitting here in the kitchen and listening to this, and I could, before I had little problems with it, and because it played with my expectations, and then I accepted, and then now I cannot unhear this, and now I cannot unhear you hearing those notes and being like, and that's a lesson for me. It's like seeing an E minor and playing whatever is not E minor, or whatever is like, who cares about E minor? It's like, let me play. And that's something that I heard in an interview of Richie Beirach, where he told, and I've told this on the podcast before, where he talked to Wayne about how he can play what he hears. How can you play what you have in your mind? And Wayne said, never let C minor 7 prevent you from playing all the notes that you hear. And that really reminds me of this moment. And, and that emphasized this point to me. It's like, play what you hear and be confident and accept, So that's beautiful. Yeah. And I'm thankful for that.
I definitely, it pains me a little, the idea that I would be trolling you or something, but
no, I never get it in that.
I definitely wasn't doing that.
Negative set. No, that's fine. It's just in that moment, I thought about these conversations that we had, I wasn't offended by it. Not at all.
Yeah.
It's just, I could also see you have that opinion.
Yeah.
Which is cool. I mean, that's when we play somebody else's music, you can make these decisions. When you interpret somebody else's music, like, well, we're going to play the melody. After that, we're going to play free.
Right.
Right. That's cool.
Yeah, I mean,
and then we're going to play the melody again.
The thing is that as much as I didn't know what you wanted, but I wanted the same thing you wanted. Which is, and I thought it was amazing because I really thought I could just do it. And it was like, it just wasn't what the music, it just wasn't going to happen. And I think I could tell right away that if I couldn't do it on the Vinova, if I couldn't thread nicely, because I play some regular old solos on this record where I'm threading, and it's
regular old.
But where I'm like, in there and it's like happening and it's good and it's hitting the changes, and I could kind of tell that if I couldn't do it on the Vinova, I wasn't going to be able to just get a guitar out and do it. I could just tell. So it was just like I just had my back to the wall and I just had to do. But the thing is that once and the other thing is that keyboard, I don't know how that functioned, but that is literally just me mashing my fingers on a keyboard, but
it magically also hits parts of the harmony. It's
strange, there's a little bit of comping in there where I was like, but it's really like this kind of keyboard playing that I sometimes do that is just totally just. It's like pouring like syrup on something, and to me it
there's especially a moment like that when I think the complexity and the outness of the Vinova lines hit like a new plateau where it really does something to your comping and you're like hitting the pitch bend and playing lines. So great.
The thing that happened to me was that all that stuff was like not a choice really. It was like I just was following and I ended up there. But the thing is that I actually very quickly, because it is true, like there are songs like now, like I said, we were talking about earlier, that I'm like, I don't know about that. But, if I something when I'm recording, I always like it. Like a lot, all the way, and I'll work on something and I'll throw away something if I don't like it. But, I actually got, this is almost delusional, but I got to the point really fast where it didn't sound like free playing to me. And I actually was kind of thinking when we started talking about it that you would think it wasn't, that you wouldn't even think it was free playing, that you would think I was hitting everything really good, because I just like got used to it so fast. It sounds like, kind of doesn't sound out to me, but I guess it is. I know it. I think it is. And are you hearing when you listen? I guess you can play over that tune, so you must hear a note and be like, like,
yeah, that's what I mean with expectations. Like when I play this song, I want to be in that harmonic world.
Yeah.
So, but that's also my comfort zone.
Yeah.
You know?
That's mine too.
I also enjoy playing free, but hearing you play, do this, kind of made me want to practice and really give into that Wayne quote a little bit more in terms of let me, because I don't think I'm that good at playing an E minor in my left hand and then just playing. I want to get better at playing a chord in the left hand and then just being able to hear every note. And I'm good at superimposing stuff that doesn't necessarily sound like the chord.
Yeah.
But it usually in my mind or in my theoretical understanding, it has some sort of function or some sort of link to that. And I think I would be I'm more able to play whatever or hear any kind of pitches if I don't comp for myself in the left hand.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that track, listening to that section where it's basically at least one chord per bar and it follows a form, and then hearing all sorts of ideas and like birds flying around and stuff like that, it's just was a great lesson for me.
That's cool.
So thank you. And it had this super strong vibe, you know.
Yeah.
What you're doing with it is like, and also I think there's something to that title, and we should maybe add to our story that right before we even started this project, there it is. I asked you, I need help. I need a masterclass for titles, and by now I've written a lot of pieces, and I feel like I like some of my titles, and some of like usually finding the right title is the hardest thing for me.
Yeah.
And you agreed and said like, yeah, for instrumental songs it's super hard, and you gave me this beautiful little video masterclass on how you sometimes pick titles for your songs. And if you agree, we could put this in the episode, because I just love that video.
That'd be great. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
One thing I sometimes do is find a weird old book. Like I found this book. This is actually a really small book. I found this book on the side of the street in Brattleboro. It's called Rollo on the Rhine. And it's falling apart. It's from a long time ago. Let me see. Oh, come on. Where's that? Yeah. I can't find the year right now, but I don't even know if this is necessarily from the 20th century. But, and then, titles you can't copyright, so you can take anything. And so what I'll do is, if I have an instrumental, I'll just open it and be like, okay, but there's something on this page, or maybe this page. And then like, all right, so our travelers went along the ambulatory and thence into the aisles. Yeah, so I would probably just take that right away, thence into the aisles. But there's a lot of interesting stuff. Gorgeously decorated altar. Oh, it just says beautiful painting. I like that. Antique and time-worn sculpture. I like this. Other parties. Dressed like peasants. Counting their beads. Solemn air. Yeah, so that's kind of a technique I'll sometimes use.
It's a book that you found on the street in Brattleboro.
Yeah.
And it's a book about two American travelers, one being a little boy called Rollo, and his older companion, who sort of looks out for him, who's called Mr. George, who which is a cool name also, who travel alongside the Rhine, which flows through the city that I'm living in, and they even spend time in this city, but in the mid 19th century. So they go to the famous Dom in Köln, which wasn't even finished by that, which is reflected in one of your titles, because all of the titles from your album come from this book.
Yeah.
And some of the titles from my tunes also come from this book, like Steamer,
Right.
The Outriders, let me see, and some of the titles, Ancient Inscriptions,
Yeah.
and some of the titles from the songs that we didn't get to
Right.
for my album came from this album, and it was a beautiful link between, I think, those two albums that we both spent some time. I don't know if you finished the book, but I read it while I was composing these pieces, looking for clues as to titles, and while I did that, I found all of your titles in the book.
Yeah.
While I read it, which was so beautiful. Another link,
I mean, it was
And-
It was particularly crazy though, because I found the book. There's this. The Brattleboro Common is this little area over here, and there's a little street I walk down pretty often. I just looked at it today because I thought we might talk about this, and I was like, oh, this is called North Street. I don't learn the names of the streets a lot because I just walk on them, And there's a house that somebody has been leaving free books outside, and very few at a time, just little tiny bits, and they're mostly really old. Like this copy is from 1858.
Yeah.
And it's falling apart now. I had to kind of tape it together. I haven't read it, but as I guess people will see in the little video, like a lot of times the way that I do instrumental titles is because it is so brutally hard. And in fact, I just listened to Blake and Pino on a podcast, and they're talking about this. And I was trying to help actually with the titles for that. And I titled the song Contour when we did the session, and I made titles for all of them, and they took, that In the Mouth of the Lion that song's actually written on some lyrics that I wrote. So that was something that had words at one point. So that's kind of mine. And then there's like one that I suggested something, and then the thing they used sounds like it sort of half used my idea. But Blake was basically like, these titles are cool, but they're so much like you. Like, I think we need to have our own thing, which of course.
It's the Weisman thing.
Yeah, sometimes like I'll do I'll write like the whole album of instrumentals, and then I'll just be like, find a source. Because the thing is, I think I say this in the video, but like titles are like one of the only things, you don't have to worry about copyright at all. You can call anything you want. So pulling them from a source doesn't matter. So
and there's something to The Outriders that is also reflected in this performance of this song, which I liked because I could give you inspiration through the music itself, but also through the titles. So titles are powerful.
Yeah, like the Outriders are the three Vinovas, you mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how it feels to me. Like the wagon is the tune.
Yeah.
But the Outriders, like they ride in front. They explore. They look into the unknown,
Damn, I hadn't gone all that way yet. That's awesome. That's cool. Yeah.
And throughout this project, there are so many nice connections with this book and with the Rhine. And, because I told you, while between in the morning, one of those days in early September, I had written a new song for you and had been listening to the new kind of songs that you sent to me. And in the afternoon, I did a bike ride with my family, and I was riding alongside the Rhine shore, and there are boats on the Rhine, and that's something that, of course, there are boats on the Rhine, but like while during this time I was reading this book, and it's all about steamers on the Rhine, and they always take another boat to go to a different other kind of church or old building where they find ancient inscriptions, all these connections. And then I see this big boat that is swimming, I guess, or how do you say, driving next to me. And the name of the boat is called Inspiration.
Yeah.
Which is just silly, but so cool coincidence,
Yeah.
or maybe not. And the electric piano that I'm playing on your record, one of them is called Roland, which is the long form of Rollo.
Oh, that's weird.
So stuff like that. So
that's weird.
I've been noticing a lot of these things while we were in it.
Yeah.
That titles and this book that you found randomly on the street, which kind of sets the trajectory for a lot of the music that is happening on this album. So yeah.
Well,
I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think I got to clarify too to the listener, like, I don't know, like, I guess geography very well. And I saw this book and took it, and I knew I was going to use it for the titles for us. But I thought the Rhine was in France or something. Is it at all?
No, maybe we should
look. It goes somewhere.
Maybe, it goes through Germany. Maybe in France there's the Rhone, but maybe
that's what I was thinking of. So I didn't. So you're like, hey, how do I? You have any pointers on like titles for instrumentals? And I was like, yeah, I do. Here's this book.
It goes through France.
It does.
Apparently.
I just had no idea that this book was about because a lot of the book is in your city.
Yes.
And that was a coincidence.
Yeah.
But I had already chosen it as the source material for your... And then once I started looking at it, I was like, it's right here. It's like... It's all like Cologne stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah. And then also during that time, I go to the dome, the cathedral,
right,
to watch my friend Kit Downs play an amazing organ concert during the Jazz Week here in Köln. And right before that, I had been working on your song, The Unfinished Cathedral, and stuff like that. It's just
strange,
it's beautiful how it all connected.
Yeah.
Anyways, we should go on to Osmos.
Yeah, let's finish talking about mine. Maybe we'll, because
we don't have to. I mean, unless you're falling asleep in.
Oh, I'm fine.
20 minutes.
No, I actually have this weird glee that I feel like I might try to stay awake and like have coffee after this, and I don't have anything to do at all.
Okay.
So I can kind of do anything I want. Like if I end up like sleeping in the middle of the day or something, it's fine.
Cool.
Osmos, that's very literal. I mean, I just played what you wrote. I mean, and through some effects and stuff. That's through the octave pedal and
what's the percussion sound?
I'll show you.
Like a chain, or something.
I recently bought a bunch of like little percussion things because I just wanted more shit. And I don't know, I've just been thinking that it'd be fun to have more percussion on my albums, and I guess yours is the first that has more. And I just bought this little thing, and it on one ear, and it's through some effects too. I think it's so it's probably through the octave pedal and the mellotron, so it sounds weird. But I'm playing it, I think, as a shaker in one, and on one I'm...
Interesting, cool, yeah.
So it sounds like it gives almost the emotion of a train ride.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a weird sonically too. It was actually hard to master because it's hard to tell how loud to set it. It's got like a weird, it kind of wants to be quiet. So I think when we did the master, it sits a little low. There's something, it's almost like, to me, it's like falling asleep on a train or something. I don't know. But
yeah, I also had the train connotation when I listened to it. Yeah,
it's a beautiful little piece, and then the way it ends on C major and stuff. Maybe that's the meaning of the C major at the beginning of
bootlegs.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that connects to that because it kind of finds us with a C major. But yeah, I guess I just play it, right, and then this.
The origin of this piece is one of the. I don't know if I told you this, but it's one of the well-tempered clavier.
You did tell me this.
Pieces of Bach from the second book. I think it's number 20. And I was so inspired by this piece. It kind of sometimes, I've listened to these recordings a lot of times, but sometimes a new or an older interpretation, and you listen with new ears, some other tunes pop up, and somehow this prelude popped up, and I was like listening to it for days on repeat. It's like, oh, this is so beautiful. And then I started trying to play it, and then also to be able to play it more convincingly for myself, I had to really, I wanted to analyze all the motives that are going on in this thing. This is also something that I shared on my Patreon, and I think I also shared it with you, like a video or a picture that I did where I kind of drew colors on all the different motives to see where a motive is reappearing.
Right.
Then wrote down all the different motives for myself just to have an analysis of the piece and get a sense of how he constructed it.
Yeah.
And then I kept that form of the first page of this and inserted my own, made up motives of my own.
Yeah.
Which were nothing like the Bach thing. They didn't connect rhythmically or harmonically or melodically, but they were just motive 1 is this, motive 2 is this, motive 1 plus is this. Right. And then I just put those and inserted it into that form, and out came the piece Osmos.
That's cool.
And I love you're playing the guitar, but it goes through the mellotron also.
Yes.
Right?
Mellotron. Yeah, there's a mellotron pedal. Do you know about that?
I've heard it on different records of yours, and I think also on Lagelund sometimes uses it.
Yeah,
I think.
They're not crazy expensive. It's a electro-harmonics pedal.
Great.
And
sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's on the one I sent you that score of, the Hooks album. How I wrote certain of my hooks. Yeah. Yeah.
And again, I love the coda that you found in this piece, or the coda vamp, where I think you're adding a couple of notes. Dong, be, dong. The last bar is yours, and I love that because I didn't see any kind of. I mean, you can always vamp something.
Yeah.
And the more you hear it, the more you like it, and then you're like, yeah, this is a cool vamp.
Yeah.
But I think what you found and what you've added is like it builds on top of the composition, which is so cool.
Oh, it's definitely made from stuff that is in.
It is.
Yeah.
But you're adding notes at the end of a phrase which are not part of the original composition, and then that solo you play over it on that flute thingy that I think you're about to show. Yeah. It's just, I love that solo so much.
That's cool. Well, I'm obsessed with this thing. So there's this company, Glisonic, out of Budapest, that made this thing called the Glissitar, that's like a saxophone that uses this technology of, this is a magnet. So there's a magnet here and a magnet here, and they connect. And there's a slot in there. So it's, instead of keys, it's like a slide whistle. But unlike a slide whistle, it can kind of like, and in fact, the guy who invented this is a prototype. This is not out yet. In fact, at the time of this video, I think it still will be in the preliminary stage where like they're doing like a Kickstarter where you like pay like €1 to show that you're interested. These are pretty cheap actually. It's basically like the recorder version. It's called the Glissa Pipe. And through Robert Stillman, actually, this guy contacted him, and then Rob's like, I have a friend who would probably want one of these. So I got this for free, and I've been like, developing this
chatting.
Yeah, a lot. Developing this one-handed technique where you hold it here and then you play it with one hand. And you can stick your finger in to change the pitch too. Anyway, I'm not really warmed up and I sound terrible right now, but...
I don't think so.
Thank you. This is... The recording I made was before I developed that technique, so I'm playing it more like a recorder with two hands, and I basically lined up my fingers to find basically like a C blues type of thing. But I'm still doing some slides, you know. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's probably the first recording of the Glissa Pipe. But I'm as obsessed with this thing as I am with the Vinova. And I love it. And everybody should go buy them. They don't cost that. They're not going to cost that much, but you know, they need to like, I think it's like it's like to make a bunch at once, they need capital, I guess. And but they're like, you know, so they're trying to get, and I'm going to post about this on my Substack too. They're trying to get enough people to order them that they can make the first burst of them. But then those are like deals and stuff too, you know. I don't work for them. I've just gotten this free one, but it's incredible. It's like so subtle and it's just been so deep, like playing it. But I'm really happy it's on this album at the end of that song.
Man, that solo is also one of the high points for me.
Oh, nice.
Of this album. Really, really special.
That's great. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then the last song is Brattleboro Heights, and I just sort of playing it. You know, I guess I again did the thing where the accompaniment is, you know, tightened up into something I composed, you know, to get through the chords, and then really it's just
you're strumming most of the chords.
Am I? Oh yeah. I wrote it out as a two-parter thing where it's two guitar parts that together make the right chords, because there's parts where the chords are different from each other in the two parts, and it is distorted through this pedal that just came out, JHS 424 gain stage. It's kind of like the McGee pedal, actually. It's like it's basically a 4-track channel, which is kind of cool because I mean I still have these 4 tracks, but I mean, I could get him out of the box and just use the channel. I could do that like he does, but it was kind of more fun to just buy this little pedal, and it's cool. It's just like I don't know a lot about recording, but it by putting stuff through it sometimes actually it just colors the sound, and if you push it, it distorts, and it does sound like the 4-track used to sound when I would distort it, and it's on this album a bunch, actually. It's only on that one song where I distort it, but it ends up creating hiss and stuff, which I actually also am soothed by because it reminds me of tape, I guess. But
also that guitar solo on that track is
thank you.
Really great. Yeah,
I wish that one was more straight through. It's more like it's not. It's more like on a lot of my albums where I'll play until I play something I don't like, and then I'll punch in at that spot, you know. And sometimes I compose.
There's one moment where... Go ahead.
Sometimes, you know, like I'll get to a place and I'll kind of compose a tiny bit, you know. It's improvised mostly, but like I think the end is kind of written of that solo. And then I'm really proud of this. I wrote it. I didn't improvise it,
Yeah.
but there's this part that goes ba ba at the end, kind of outlining a B chord, but it's on the E chord, which is just I don't know, this little tiny detail that I like. But
For me, the one of my favorite moments is like after you've played a bunch of notes, you go, di, di, do, di, do, do, and the do is like a sharp 9 of a chord, I think.
yeah,
And just you're playing this minor chord, and it kind of really resonates with me,
nice.
that moment especially.
I like it's on the rubber.
And it's a nice closer also for the record.
Yeah, it has the A and the B, because those are that's another sound like those dry, because the Vinovas, usually when I record Vinova I use the reverb in the Spire and it has a real certain sound, but then it's a real particular sound to hear the Vinova dry, and it's those Vinovas are dry, and it's more it's different. It's definitely a really different sound just to hear it dry. Yeah. So I guess that's a lot of detail, but
Thank you for this beautiful album, man.
Oh my God.
It's so special.
I think it's pretty good. I like it.
Oh yeah. And it's also just this beautiful gift of having to listen, not having to listen, but having listened to you for such a long time, and then getting to hear my music through your lens is just, if somebody would have told me that in the moment where Larry Golding's hipped me to your music, I wouldn't have believed that we would have come to this place, you know?
Yeah.
As it would have seemed absurd and surreal and like as far away as, you know, as I could imagine.
Yeah.
And I think we wouldn't have had this experience after those super long and intense talks and our ongoing relationship and exchange through messages, hipping each other to music, and each one of those things are pointers on what we like and what I know that you like, and which is also why I picked certain songs and wrote certain things. I told you some, but you're into this type of stuff. You know, when I was trying to encourage you, I was also knowing about your taste and about the things that excite you gave me pointers on what to write and what to bring. You know?
Yeah. It's such an interesting, it was a really interesting process, and I definitely felt like it was hard, and in a way that was really cool. It was like just, but in a way it's always hard, because it's never just 1 + 2 is 3. It's always like, it's always so strange how we have all, and we've spent our whole lives like developing these techniques in order to engage with this art form, and it's still just, it's it's almost like I guess it's like one of those things of the smarter you get, the more you know that you just don't really know. And it's kind of like with your Grenadier conversation, actually. He was talking about like playing with Joe Henderson and maybe with somebody else too, and he was like, when he was young, he was like, oh, these guys are just like awake, like wide awake the whole time, and like reacting moment to moment to there isn't, that's the game. The game is like, you don't, like I remember the Dalai Lama, there's a quote of him at some point, like, he's talking about meditation or awareness and being tuned in, and somebody asks him like, when do you get to relax, or when do you get to take a break from this kind of thing? And he's like, never.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like it's you know it so yeah, it was like, you know, because it happens to me too with my own stuff all the time. Like, I write a song and I'm like, I'm gonna go to my studio and I'm gonna do this with it, and then it's like whack 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 whack. It's like, nope, that's not what I'm gonna do with
it. Yeah. No, you're not.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
And then every once in a while, that extremely surprising thing of it, exactly your idea working, you know, which is like another level of like being tricked by music again. Yeah. So we got to talk about this album you made.
Yeah. Let's do it.
It is really crazy. Can I just tell you first, before you, I mean, I have a lot of like actual questions, song by song. And I feel like we should just turn the tables where you talk about the songs, and then as we do each one, I can ask you some questions. Maybe you can talk through each one. But I want to say first what it was like to just hear it all the other day. I was in here. It was the daytime. It was evening. Headphones. You sent it to me as I requested, because I don't have like, I'm just terrible with the technical stuff. So I didn't want to have to press play for song after song. I wanted one track so I could just press play once, which was actually ended up being cool, because then I didn't see the titles. So I was like, okay, this album's about 30 minutes long. I just press play and listen to it. And I basically had like a very, very weird out-of-body experience while I was listening to it. Like, it was much weirder than I thought it was going to be. First of all, I wrote this music pretty fast, like I usually do. I wrote it with great, great attention to detail, but I did it fast enough that it's not like I really remember it, you know? And I haven't like looked at the sheets since I sent them to you, which was in August, I think, late August. So I didn't, remember the pieces very well. And
you haven't played them since also?
Nope, I have not. I've never played them. I mean, except when I was writing them. Yeah. And I've also now, because I've actually like gone in and looked at the sheets and looked at what you did, and was like actually like kind of like, oh shit, you really did some shit with this, which is awesome. Like, no, there's a lot of liberties, and I was like, that's awesome. So that added to the disorientation too, also. But basically, I had this very clear feeling as if I was being in a weird art gallery, being shown like almost these paintings like made of light. I mean, this is like to do with how beautiful and these synthesizer sounds are too. I mean, it's like really bright light colors, and there's no percussion, or it's just these. It really felt like I was in like some space age gallery. In fact, I don't want to be morose, but it felt like I was dead. I felt that I had died, and
I killed you.
I felt that I had died, but that there was an afterlife, that I was still conscious, but I was no longer myself exactly, and I was being shown my works or something. And like in a dream, I was like, wait a minute, who was I? Like, it was like, this sounds like some clever idea that I'm saying. I'm not like in love with what I'm saying right now, but I think what's important is that I'm struggling to express something that I experienced, which was like it made me feel really weird about identity. It was like, because I was like, there was no part of me that was like, I know this song. I wasn't like that. Oh, that's this song. I was like, I couldn't identify any of the songs, but they were familiar. And it made me feel really way stranger than I would have guessed about like, who am I and who are you? And like, what is it even to be? It was like, I was just like, what the fuck? It was so weird. And it was actually really nice. It felt really nice. Because I also really just liked everything a lot, but I was totally disoriented. I was totally like, this is amazing, I get to put this out and everything. But I didn't at all really... I really like was like, whoa, that was crazy. The next day when I heard it, so I've listened to it, I think 4 times now. I listened to it 3 times just listening. And the 4th time I went through with the sheets. So I listened to it twice today. And the second time I listened to it, I was like even more, I was less disoriented. I still didn't know what was what really, but I was like, more just focusing on like, I love this record. Like as like, wow, I love this song. I remember this song. Like these sounds are great. Like this, you also shredding, like you're playing solos and it's just like, it's so satisfying. And then the 3rd time I kind of felt like I was getting in there a little more and starting to be like, I know that's Dear Jenny, but he changed, but he wrote all this crazy other shit. And then when I actually went in there, it was actually, I had that wrong. It was actually Mr. George's Room. I thought Dear Jenny was like, that you had put all the super rich stuff on it. But then I was like, no, that's Mr. George's Room, which I still don't understand how much of that is me and how much is you. But like, basically like, I'm still really confused. Like, because I'm that part of me that I said, where I said I was kind of dumb. I was like, that's how I felt looking at the paper. Because I was like, wait, I couldn't hardly follow it.
It's interesting because you said Dear Jenny is such an important song for you. And you were happy that it made it onto the record.
Yeah.
When I first told you which songs I recorded in the first sessions.
Yes.
You know, and then you were like, you were hoping for Dear Jenny to be on there because it's very important to you. And now hearing you that you don't even...
I don't even know which one it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it wasn't important in the way where I remembered it very well. It was more like I just... And I do also... I'm hip to some of the things you did to it too, which is amazing. It's like turning it into B minor instead of D. All the Ds are B minors. All the A7s are F sharp, sevens like sus. Right? But
yep.
I mean, you really. I think the thing that really impressed me was that none of this really matters, because really what matters is like, I still want to talk about it, but I just think it's a really good album that you made. And I guess it's mine, but I'm just talking too much.
No.
It is really, I'll tell you one thing, and then I want you to hear some of your stuff with this. I would have thought that I was going to identify more with my album because I think of myself as a writer. But I feel like I wrote Rondo Lavender. I think I know I didn't, but I feel like I wrote that whole album, even though I didn't.
Man, it's the same for me. It's the same for me. It's really the same for me. And it really felt like I was making my album.
Yes.
And as much as I love both, I feel like this is my album. And I think you think the same way the other way around.
Yeah.
Which adds to that mirror thing that we're doing in the cover. And So, yeah, it's really, really strange. It's really strange what we've done. And I went into it when you sent me, I played through all of the songs and we're like, yeah, they're cool songs. I'll have fun with those.
Yeah.
And then a strange thing happened where I was, when we talked about me being very protective about my things and didn't want you, because in the first conversation you also said, if this isn't going to be any less difficult, I'm going to do things to your music, not as a threat, but just out of necessity, that you will create vamps and just play with 2 bars and write,
Yeah.
And we came to an understanding that this is something that I would really feel uncomfortable with, that where I still kind of want to hear my song still.
Yeah.
And we agreed on, that we're not going to
Change it too radically. Yeah.
change it too radically. And that was a strange part, because then I noticed that usually what I'm doing when I approach somebody else's music, say a standard, a pop tune, or I've done arrangements of the pieces of my father that he wrote, on an album called Elders. I've rearranged classical music on a ballad album that we did with the trio called Recondita Armonia, where just basically wrote my arrangements of classical pieces. I do stuff to it. I do things with it.
Yeah.
And for some of the things, as much as I like them or enjoyed doing them to your music, I also feel a little bit, there's a guilt there. And a little doubt in terms of, would I have been comfortable if you would have done that to my music? Not talking about the tones or the actual pitches, just the actual things that I've done to your music. After being in it, I was like, would I have felt comfortable?
Well, let me ask you. Let me ask you this. This is interesting. Do you feel? I have an answer to this. Do you feel like you did more of that kind of thing to mine than I did to yours?
That's what I haven't wrapped my head around it, because we operate on different levels.
Yeah.
So I don't think the amount of what we have done is so different. But there's certain, maybe I would have reacted more to reharmonization.
Right.
In a more protective way of my music, like being like, hey, why do you change? Like, you didn't change. You were very literal to the Outriders harmony and stuff, stuff like that. And on most, like all of the pieces, you were literal about what I've written, and I wasn't with yours.
Okay, good. That's it. Yeah, I agree, because you told me. Now that I just want to cut to the chase, though. I am not even remotely upset. I'm psyched. I'm pumped. Yeah. I'm totally pumped.
Yeah.
So that, yeah. And I also don't care if, I'm actually really into asymmetry in general.
Yeah.
I know this whole project is like very mirror oriented, but this kind of is almost like the Grenadier thing again, of the awakeness. Symmetry can be too rigid, like it's different for different things, like so. But that is kind of when I didn't actually know how much you changed the shit until like 2 hours before we talked, and I was like, oh wow, like, and I did, not in any angry way, I did think. I was like, oh, this is interesting. This adds another thing, because, I was basically, and we didn't talk about this earlier, but I was like, these are really hard. I'm going to have to chop these up and just do little bits and stuff. And you did say, like, I think I'd be bummed if that part of the song was gone, you know. So yeah, I did basically do your tunes, you know, except I did take liberties. Like, and I was like, well, I make this.
And I'm happy about that.
Yeah. But I did basically hear what you said and try to do that you didn't want me to totally reimagine the shit, you know. And then I actually think it's extremely cool that is just what you were called to do. You got in there and you just like, and in some cases anyway, the phrase lengths are, it's like the phrase lengths are different, the chords are different. You know, you really, to varying degrees, it seems like that's where you got excited.
Yeah, I'll tell you about it.
Great.
But just, and we go again through it tune by tune, but just before we go into that, what I just said, what I usually do when I approach somebody else's music, my main objective that kind of keeps me in line, and I think still kept me in line, and which is why you're maybe not upset, is that I always say to myself, am I still serving the song?
Yeah.
Or could I basically write my own song by now, you know?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it becomes of keeping your ego in check and also thinking about, is this still Dear Jenny?
Yeah.
You know? And
totally.
This is based on my whoops.
The phone is falling. You would not believe what this phone is. It's like so convoluted. It's like taped up here. You can keep talking. It's just going to be a little funny for a second. Maybe that's okay.
Yeah. So this is all based on my study of how Gil Evans treats
Oh wow.
a song by somebody else, you know, or Wayne rearranging something.
Yeah.
Where he's still, that's what I'm so amazed of when they arrange something.
Yeah.
They're still serving the song.
Totally.
It's still about the song. It's not about them. It's about their relationship to the song. And this relationship with all of the songs on the album, it grew over time.
Yeah.
And it had a journey. So the first song is maybe even the first song that I kind of had my first kind of ideas about it. And I was immediately torn.
Okay.
Because I loved the song, I loved the harmonies, but the initial idea that I had was something that, and again, that's something that maybe I would have had trouble with you doing to my music at first.
Right.
Where you said, let's do it like, remember when Joe Zawinul brought In a Silent Way to Miles, and Miles got rid of all of the chords and just had it on a pedal.
Right.
And I got scared because, shit, I feel like I need to do this with the Unfinished Cathedral. So I was, because I had a feeling like I need, for this song, I kind of hear a tonal center that is the foundational thing where this cathedral is built on.
Yeah.
And when I find the right foundation for that, the unfinishedness and mysterious and air that is there can come out more.
Yeah.
So I found D, which is not surprising because it's the first chord.
Yeah.
And then just saw, okay, can I make it work that all of your harmonies work on that first bass note?
Yeah.
I keep the harmonies intact, but I kind of find ways to voice the harmony on top of D.
Yeah.
And on a very slow bass groove that kind of creates a vibe and is also in line with the rhythm that you said
Right.
it would have to be, which is don't.
It's what Billy Hart calls the universal rhythm in that book, right?
Oh yeah,
1 2 3
yeah.
1 2 3 1 2, yeah.
Yeah, and it's a rhythm that I've heard a lot in your music and also in There's another song on this one where I hear it. Anyways,
Yeah, I mean, it's just like,
I think I also heard it on. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. I also heard it on Opera Glass, but it's not on my recording.
Yeah.
But whenever I played Opera Glass in time, that was the beat that
Yeah.
I was playing it with, you know? So, for this one in the studio, and again, I should mention my friend Jan Philipp,
Yes.
who's a great drummer and engineer, producer, and he kind of co-produced the record with me.
Yeah.
You know, he was not just somebody who I said, okay, do this, and more that. He was also sometimes giving me feedback, and I really also, because this was such a unique process for me, recording this album, I needed to have somebody there who could understand your music, but also give me feedback in terms of, is this cool? Is this working? Is this, you know? So it was amazing to work with Jan.
Yeah.
We already made plans to work on new things together.
oh, great.
So, I found this tempo, and then we recorded a bass track first on a bass synth. And
As
then kind of-
you say these things,
Yeah,
Ellie actually requested you saying what. Maybe it'll go over my head, but if any chance you get to just say what the keyboard actually was, will be cool.
this one actually I don't remember what it was.
Okay.
Because it was on a kind of a stack of of synths.
Okay.
That are in Jan's studio area.
Yeah.
And he kind of, let's try this one, and we found the right
Nice.
sound by him, you know, turning the knobs, and me saying at some point, that's,
Yeah.
or a little bit more attack, or a little bit, you know, note should be longer or whatever. And then we just recorded a basic bass track that he kind of duplicated for me to, because I knew this was going to be one of the longer songs. Because I wanted time to, basically arrived at the idea of, okay, let me play this melody and then have a room to breathe and to solo and create a vibe.
Yeah.
And then play the melody again, but it should change. It should change its color. So each time we did the melody bits first, we played the melody on different synths of mine. So basically, next to the occasional added synth from Jan's stack of synths, we used I played on my Roland RD88EX electric piano that I'm in love with, and has a lot of the sounds on this record come from that.
Let me just write that
piano.
down, because that sounds incredible.
Roland RD88, it has 88 keys, EX.
Okay.
And I'm not the person who is really, really talented at turning knobs and into the, minutiae of the synths and stuff. I'm really not an expert, but so I'm really usually relying either on people who know about that stuff, or I just need I just need instruments which have great presets.
Right.
And this one is full of great sounds,
Yeah.
and I'm sure you would love them if you would have it at home. So I used that, and I used my Arturia Mini Freak, which was on top of that, above that, where a lot of the lead sounds are from, and also some pad sounds and some percussion-y sounds are from. And then I used my Novation Summit, which has a great setup on its own, but it also uses a patch by a Polish patch creator. I'm spacing on his name, but he has incredible patches, and also incredible patch demonstration videos on YouTube.
Nice.
So I used that for a lot of the sounds, and a lot of the sounds of the melody of Unfinished Cathedral are from the Novation. So we basically kind of played a couple of heads, and then decided on the lengths of things in between, and then I improvised different surroundings and environments in between, and then I doubled the melody at first with the Roland playing a road sound, but that road sound also went through one of my pedals, which is called the Memory Boy, which is sort of a delay thing. And I kind of improvised on top of all of that, what we created. And Jan sometimes, while I was playing the solo, hit one of the buttons for the delay to go some other place, and also it kind of detuned, which was super inspiring because I had to let go of my expectation of the next note.
Yeah.
You know? And that was basically it. And then we added some finishing touches here and there, some connecting notes, which kind of went over the edges of certain parts to not create the illusion, not create the feeling of okay, cut and paste. Here's another melody.
Right.
Here's a solo. Here, you know. So we kind of set things that would smoothen the edges, so it's more through line.
It's very beautifully balanced and put together. I also think it's really cool, and I feel like this is the same sequence idea I was using a little bit with Rondo first. Is it's cool to have something long at the very beginning, especially when you've got all these like. I don't want to get to your next songs ahead of you, but you've got like this really powerful, all these really powerful, like basically like the emotions of pop music, like in your pocket. It's just cool to like, I really like the sequence of that being first. It's really cool.
Thank you.
It's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, to me, I wanted to set a vibe, and I wanted to have something where you open a door, and then you're realizing step by step what you entered.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah,
and of course, the image of an unfinished cathedral.
Yes,
you know, it was in my mind.
Did you ever think? I'll ask you more about this as time goes on. Did you ever think at all about like Wendy Carlos's music for The Shining or anything like that when you were doing any of this?
No. No. Actually, Wendy Carlos is something that I keep hearing about her, and I haven't checked her out.
Oh my God. You have to hear this album that might not be on streaming and it might not be on YouTube, but you can get a CD of it. You have to get this album, Beauty in the Beast. Mm-hmm. My brother showed it to me in like 1999, and it's some kind of, I don't know what it is, how she made it, but it's crazy. I don't think it's MIDI, but it's microtonal music that is like imagining almost science fiction places, and it is so fucking crazy.
I check it out.
She built this whole thing in order to make this album that simulates a Western orchestra, which I don't know if by today's standards if it sounds fakey or not. Maybe it doesn't, but I can't remember the name of that, but I have that CD of that too. And then those technologies that she invented to do all that.
Yeah.
But I recently like watched Clockwork Orange again, and you know where she's doing like switched on box style stuff, which is incredible. It's the pomp and circumstances in it, and The Shining. Most of the score for The Shining that she wrote got cut, and Kubrick would famously steal things from composers and not pay them. Like 2001, like I think he never paid Ligeti. He just took it and didn't ask permission, or he's just crazy. But I think the very opening of The Shining, have you seen that movie?
Yeah.
I'm like a super... I got really into Stephen King the last few years.
I love The Shining. Yeah.
It's unbelievable. I just... Yeah. And it keeps changing. My perspective on it keeps changing. Mm-hmm. But, I some of the...
Yeah, that synth sound at the beginning is powerful.
It kind of... maybe it reminded me... It just reminded me a little of that.
Mm-hmm. Cool, yeah. Yeah. And for this sheet, I'll just show you.
Oh, you rewrote... Oh.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
This is one of the sheets where I just took yours and
Oh.
is this the other way around? Oh.
No, it looked right before.
No.
Now it's upside down.
Okay. So this is something that I heard in Ravel's music, where you kind of take minor chords in different inversions and put them below a melody.
Okay.
And these minor chords derive from a certain sound that I imagined this D chord to have.
Oh, wow.
And then I just continued this throughout, following the changes.
Oh.
Like here on the F sharp half diminished, I hear a minor major, a melodic minor sound.
Yeah.
So that gives me, for most of the notes, it gives me A minor and B minor, and sometimes in an augmented triad.
Wow.
That you could put into 4 So this is how I harmonized
wow.
the piece.
Yeah, I was like, I couldn't tell how that was happening, if it was almost a effect or something, but you actually,
It's basically your changes. It's all your changes, but I kind of found modes within those changes.
Yes.
And then took like triads out of those.
Yeah.
Like how you would move diatonically through those modes with a chord.
Yeah.
But following your melody as a top note.
Wow, that's so cool.
So
yeah.
That's that. And then we go to Little Stairway, which is, it always makes me happy when.
It's incredible. That song's crazy when it comes in. It's the colors of it's crazy emotion when that comes in. I'm like, oh my God.
Same for me, and also same time whenever I played it. And it also was on my mind for weeks. And I just played what you've written, but I had to rewrite it. So here's your sheet with some form of interpretation of your harmonies.
Yeah.
Some of them I changed.
Right, because they're not chords.
And then I wrote my own sheet for it.
Oh, with new chord symbols.
Basically the same chord symbols, but I had to write down, because I kept hearing your melody on a different downbeat. So yours starts on 1 and it goes 1 and 2 and 3, and mine goes 3 and 4 and 1. Dum, dum, dum. So that's how I hear it.
Oh, cool.
So I had to write it down like that for me.
Oh, so you changed where the bar lines are.
I changed where the bar lines are. I kept all of the lengths of melodies intact. It just, I had to translate it into my way of hearing it.
That's awesome.
And then I basically just changed 2 chords during the melody.
Yeah.
And took that as a springboard for kind of a bridge section, which is all sus chords here, which I thought would be the coda, and I would just vamp out on this coda.
Yeah.
Which is basically the I don't know, I think house 4, which is the
yeah.
And I took those chords and just made them all sus chords.
Yeah.
I think. And then this came 2 days before. I played this for weeks. 2 days before the
This is the
first
modulation. It goes up a 4th or something at the end.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's true. But then 2 days before the recording, I was like, I need something else. I want another place to arrive at.
Yeah.
Let me take your melody, and then just write this in a modulated place. Go somewhere else, like after a fermata. Take the melody and write it down verbatim from your melody, but in a different key. And then try to forget your song. And just write a counter melody, like a counterpoint to this melody, and don't even think about it being in E flat, which is the modulated key that I arrive in. It is in E flat, but don't think about E flat. Think about intervals and relationships of intervals to each other. And this is how I came up with this, this coda, which is kind of just a 2-part melody.
That's so cool. Damn, I can't believe you have all this paper too. Will you send me all these eventually?
Sure.
Yeah, I would like to have them.
I'm happy to. Yeah.
It's so crazy,
Uh,
man. That's so sick.
Yeah, I had to spend time with them to be like, okay, what is our relationship? What is our thing? You know, I loved all of them right away, but it took a while for personal ideas to come.
Yeah.
And I needed those to you know, as a springboard. You know.
Yeah.
So there was also a lot of times where I just played verbatim what you wrote, and waited for the moment to and basically asking you or the song. So what is our thing? So
Yeah.
what is our what is us? Who are we together?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So the next is Wish for a Boat.
Right. And I should.
Where is this? Ah, yeah, here. Okay. So your sheet. Is it cool that I show all these sheets?
Oh my
here?
God! Yeah.
No? Okay.
Oh yeah, this one I'm excited to talk about.
This is your sheet.
Yeah, I mean, this tune was like based, just like descending major chords, pretty much, almost like a Syd Barrett idea or something. I'm thinking of Jimi Hendrix or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful song, and mysterious how the melody works over all those chords.
Yeah, I mean, that was like a trick, sort of, to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Try to keep the
and I love
scale
that.
the same, but it hits the chords funny ways. Yeah.
It's like a sort of a blues scale.
Yeah.
And the descending major chords are, and then there's a different. I only changed from that as a first step. Only changed these chords and put in a repetition here, kind of taking inspiration from your choosing of where to repeat stuff. You know.
Yeah. Okay.
I noticed. Oh, I want to stay here longer. This is kind of.
Oh, that's
this
how
is
you
to
did
me-
that. I was trying to figure out what you did there, and I couldn't quite figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah, because the basic realization was, okay, it's nice with those descending major chords, but can I find a way to express them that aren't, and I'm not judging, but only major chords.
Yeah.
Let me think of each major chord. One is this and one is this. So what I did is the first major chord is actually a sixth chord. So like a minor chord.
A minor?
A minor.
Yeah.
And I wrote it down like doom be doom.
Right.
And the next one is doom be doom.
Yeah.
So that's to me a major 7, sharp 11.
Okay.
I still wrote your changes.
Right.
And then played the melody to that and added this, doom be doom, doom be doom. Played your melody.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, we're onto something. This is like, I'm coming to you, but I'm dealing with the thing, and I'm finding things in it.
Yeah.
And then I was like, what would happen to the melody if I play the same melody? What is it? A minor 6 down. So,
How'd you think of that?
See this? It was just sometimes we add a different melody by thirds or fourths or fifths, but the melody has such an angular thing to it that maybe a minor 6 could bring us to some really strange harmonic.
Okay. Yeah.
Because the first melody note is a B natural, which is perfectly in line with C major.
Right.
Dee, dee, doo, doo. And then if you put a minor 6 under it, it
E flat?
gives us a D sharp.
Yeah.
It gives us E flat, D sharp, which already creates some tension.
Yeah.
With C major or C or A minor over C.
Right.
So I just wanted to, and since it's constant, that relationship of that it's a constant minor 6 that never changes.
Wow.
That creates again to me like a foundation.
Yeah.
And also a sense of, even if it's out, it's consistent.
Yeah.
So that creates like quietness in it, because it's even.
Yes. Yeah, I thought it was just like a harmonizer or something, But
It's two voices that I
Wow.
play on this Mini Freak, which is this beautiful sound where it goes, after you played the sound, it goes like, which to me sounded like a shaker or something,
Yeah.
or like a percussion thing.
yeah.
And
Which track was that?
yeah, I embraced that.
Oh yeah, that's what I wrote about a question, because it sounded like brushes.
Exactly.
It's
Yeah,
very
something-
beautiful.
yeah.
Yeah, really, that sound was. I didn't even notice it until a few times in, because that was the one piece from the very beginning that I knew what it was, and I was like, oh, that's that, and the descending thing. Yeah, that to me, what you did with the chords on that is close to kind of what I feel like the kind of thinking I was doing when I was making the chords to Steamer or something like that. It
Yeah.
was that kind of.
It's a part.
Yeah, it's a part. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I felt like, okay, this is almost it, but I need something more, like a coda or a different feeling, like after, because I really wanted to solo over this. But I keep going back to Jim Beard's advice to me, where he says like about composition, and that can relate, of course, also to performance and production, where he says, okay, imagine this tune to be a character, and you introduce the character, and the character gets up in the morning and then gets ready and goes out for a walk or to work, and throughout the day stuff happens to the character. So when he returns home, he shouldn't be the same person. Stuff should have happened.
Right.
Stuff has happened, so it changed. So I took this advice and took what I came up with, the doom dee doom, doom be doom, put it in the right hand,
Oh.
and then realized that, oh, maybe I can find, and this is really hard to hear because of the bass sound that we chose, or the sound for this. So I took what was in the left hand, basically as an accompaniment, took it into the right hand, and took 3 more notes, which are F sharp, A, and D. So this becomes a D7.
Okay.
And then I thought, oh, dominance. Let's see. If I take the next one, which is doom be doom, D leads to G. So this sounds like a sharp 9 voicing of G. I changed this a little bit, didn't want to have the same triad in the left hand.
Yeah.
So this is like A flat, E flat, and G. And then I just sequenced that throughout the form of the A, and it gives you like a very nice and different sequence of dominance. This is why the head out sounds different harmonically.
That's super cool. I actually, from a distance, the way that I thought of it was that it was, the descending thing was getting brought back in.
Yeah, it does. But it has a twist to it.
Yeah.
Because in the beginning we had doom be doom, and now we have doom be doom, doom doom doom, boom be doom, boom
Right.
boom boom, doom be doom, boom boom. It's just another.
But there is
layer.
like a chromatic syncing effect down there in the bass,
Yes.
yeah. Which to
Yes.
me was almost like you had disguised. One thing I really like about it is that this whole thing is written on descending major chords, but that they've been taken out. Which is a great,
Yeah.
I mean, always a great technique is to have the principle that's holding it together removed. It's almost like a planet that disappears, but the gravity of everything around it is still there, but it's like a cloaked planet or something.
Yeah. And then there's also something that I realized pretty late in the process, where I was like, doom ding doom, doom ding doom, doom. What is this? I know this. What is this? Atlantis of Wayne Shorter.
Oh,
Atlantis.
yeah,
The piece, which has that figure basically
Right.
as an accompaniment.
yeah.
That rhythm. And then I was like, Atlantis, wish for a boat,
Oh, that's
Atlantis.
Really,
It's like, so in the moment where I realized it the most was like in that E pedal that I took away your chords or kept your chords, but put them on and maybe expanded a little bit on the chords, but kept a pedal.
Yeah.
And then in this moment, it sounded the most like Atlantis to me. And then I was like, I'm going to run with it. I'll just stay with it, because also with the Wish for a Boat thing and then Atlantis, to me, it made sense.
Yeah, I mean, I know that music and I didn't think of it. Yeah, that's really cool.
Great.
Man, I can't believe this level of like engagement with this is like so impressive and like so cool. Like all these, it's incredible. That's great.
It's for me the and I have this with other music as well. It was like the original thought sometimes comes just on its own, but sometimes it comes through studying the material. So I really was studying your pieces and trying to analyze and see what they are.
Well, this is part just from the great. Okay, so check out though just my initial experience listening to it again. So without any rational, I was not logically aware at all what was going on. So I wasn't like, oh, he changed these a bunch, or it didn't feel like, wait, I don't recognize this, it's not mine. It wasn't that. It was like, this is mine. I recognize it, but what the fuck happened? Like kind of like no idea what it was. But the thing is that you're right, is that you did all these crazy things to it, but that they all arose from it. And so it really is like the perfect, it's just like so cool. Yeah. It's so cool.
Thank you. Here's the next one, Dizzy Grandeur.
Yes, I'm curious about this.
This is your sheet.
This is probably my favorite one in terms of just, if it was me playing it, I think this would be my favorite one. Just,
I think it's so beautiful, and I didn't change this song.
That's what I thought. It's lit.
I didn't do anything. It's just another sound to play it with. And I've found the most... what it did is actually I wrote my own sheet, but just to have both melodies, just to understand it, basically. This is my way of studying the piece. I had to write it down in one system so I could see what the relationship are between each notes right away. And therefore, I didn't even write chord symbols on it, because most of it I could just understand. And some of it is mysterious, which is so beautiful about it also.
Yeah.
So I wrote it down. And then whenever I played it on the piano, I was like, this is it?
Yeah.
This is it. Let me play this. Also, taking inspiration from how you did Osmos, where you just basically played what I've written. I wanted to have something like this also in there. But I didn't know which sound. So on the Novation Summit, there is one sound that I call melting chords, where you play one thing and it kind of moves into the other thing. And to be fair about this song, it's basically two melodies playing at the same time. But I kind of get rid of the melody idea by just playing it on that sound, and you don't really hear the melody. I showed it to my friend Ollie, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't really hear the melody."
Yeah,
but not as something that he didn't like, but it was more like it's another thing. Through that new sound comes a new perspective.
Oh, it's incredible.
I'm playing it verbatim, but it's not coming out that way, which I thought was interesting.
That's what I thought. That was my theory on that. My note is almost seemed played literally. But I did write, but what happens to the form at the end? Does it?
I think I played it. That might be something I kind of only played it.
Maybe one of the repeats is gone or something.
I think that's what happened. I think I go earlier to the coda.
Like you maybe skipped the last A or something.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. And also, inspiration or later kind of connection happened. I listened to this recording, and I was like, "Oh, this reminds me of something. What is it? What is it? What's the vibe?" And do you know the song "Three Fingers" on Kid A by Radiohead?
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? It's
I'll
like
have to listen, but I love that song.
It's just basically it's melting chords, basically.
Yeah.
It's chords melting into each other.
Yeah.
And what I found so interesting about that sound was like, now it sounds like chords if they really melt into each other, but it is two melodies.
Yeah.
You know.
I could hear it in there. I feel like I've been getting into like romanticism. You know, the romantic era. I mean, a lot of that stuff must be German, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is like a Turner painting. You know, where it's like a boat, but it's just like it's like so. There's a good movie about Turner, just from a few years ago, 10 years ago or something, because people were like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Because he was painting what he was really seeing, and it's like this, like so misty, and this is kind of like that. It's like extreme fog. But it is the thing that's interesting though, and this it also kind of relates to the taken away chords. It's almost like somebody praying for you or something too. It's like the idea is that like this music will do what it does even if you can't quite hear it. Like there's something, especially since it's like so carefully written. I don't know. I'm obsessed with this idea in general of being such a badass that you can take extreme risks with good music. Like that's actually kind of what I feel like I'm doing with this project with the people singing on it. Is like these songs are like as good as they're like really good. I mean, as good as I can make, right? Mm-hmm. And then, but this idea that there's not a shortage of being able to write good stuff, so it's fun to like take risks. I just love that you melted this into just like, it's really cool. Because I couldn't hear at all what it was at first, and now I was even like, I could even hear like stuff like, I could hear like this exactly happening in the right place and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, he's really just playing it. It is funny how sometimes the melody is harder to hear than the bass it's in sometimes. Mm-hmm. These weird effects happen. Mm-hmm. That's really cool. I mean, it goes with the title too. What you did.
Then we get to singing a song.
I have to ask you. You tell me first. I have some questions.
No, tell me your question.
Well, first of all, is this the first one that's not in the right key?
That is true.
It's a half step flat, right?
Yeah, because I noticed that a lot of these songs were in guitar keys.
Yes.
Which is cool. But I also wanted to have more diversity in that, because I really felt like I'll record most, if not all, of these songs, and I want to have variety in keys as well. And I know that this song won't suffer if I would transpose it, and I just transposed it to a flat key.
Down a half step, yeah.
Flat.
I didn't even notice until I went to my guitar. I mean, I can't hear that stuff. I just went to my guitar and I was like, whoa, it's down. I have a few questions about this, but I have a few. I feel like there's probably changed harmony in here. In particular, I feel like you took my idea of the E7 to an E major 7, and this is just from a distance. I think I'm hearing E flat minor 7 to E flat major 7.
Sort of.
Okay, what is it?
I'm taking a concept. I'm basically taking your concept and changing it a little bit. So here's your chart.
Yeah.
And I changed certain colors.
Oh, cool. What has he got there instead?
So
D over
you see
E.
the E7. You see the E7, which has a D, and I noticed that. Okay, if Chris wants a D going to an E flat, this is why you've written this.
That's right.
You want this melody to happen, although you didn't write that melody. So I thought, okay, let me see, because I had at first a little bit trouble with making that sound good on the piano.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I took that concept. You know what's happening? I took that concept and just said, okay, D goes to E flat.
Yeah.
But let's see.
That's great.
How this sounds.
That's what you're doing?
Yeah.
So I was wrong what it was. But it's down a half step from there. But it's...
Exactly, yeah. This is what it is. This is my sheet.
Oh, wow, I can't wait to look at that. So that part is F sharp over E. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong place. That's really cool. And I mean, it's kind of the same in a way, too. I mean...
It is the same, but just from a different...
Yeah. I see that. I can see that. Yeah, an E flat
different.
over E kind of is, yeah.
And those things where you have different bass notes than we would expect.
Yeah.
I somehow reversed that concept a little bit the other way around.
Okay.
And just tried still to try to be as how do you say? Still honor what you have, you know, but just to change it a little bit. Because I kind of felt this would enhance the harmonic rhythm a little bit in order to improvise on it also. So this is what it became.
Oh, I want to ask you something real quick before we talk about that. When you were improvising on the third song, Wish for a Boat,
yeah.
How were you thinking of the chords? Were you like A minor? Like how were you, did you name them?
Yeah. No, I just named them how you named them. C, B,
really?
B flat, A. Yeah. And took my understanding or my kind of twist on it in the back of my mind.
Yeah.
And then I imagined being short-sighted and looking at it like this, so you don't really see what it is, but you kind of know what it is.
Okay.
And then having to play a solo over that, you know? This was my little mind game.
It worked really well. I mean, I can't... the thing I can relate to the least... When I say relate to, I don't mean I don't like it. I mean, I love it, but I can't... Is when you really turn it up and solo, it's like I can't... It's at such a high level and so much attitude and like... I was really noticing just in general on your solos, like the subtle rhythmic stuff is just really sick.
Oh, cool.
So,
thank you.
What in the hell is the rhythm feel on this? Because that comping is so good, but I can't tell, like, it almost feels like a I can't tell what you're doing. Is it in a different meter?
No, it's the same meter, but this is actually the first thing that we recorded for this song was the Rhodes track, the
backing
accompaniment.
Yeah,
the backing,
I knew that was probably came down first, but I can't just what's the chart is in what's the time signature on this song?
On yours, it's 3.
3/4.
Mine is 3 as well.
And it's a straight.
I guess you could say it's maybe yeah.
You're swinging though, aren't you?
Straight. trying not to. I think what it comes down to is maybe a 6/8.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of hearing it.
Okay. And you're disguising the downbeats very freely too. Like you're not having any.
Yeah.
Like I get lost from the way you're playing, but you didn't get lost from the way you were playing. You can play right over the top of that.
I tried.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like you. To me, it sounded like. Yeah, I could hear that it worked. It just.
It's so cool that I see the light coming up.
Oh no!
On your play. Yeah. It's nice.
Wow.
That's how long we've been talking.
4 hours and 22 minutes. Oh my gosh.
This is going to be our longest one yet.
Oh gosh.
This is crazy. But I love it, man. It's the best. That's what that's what I dream to do. So beautiful. Singing a song. Are we good with this or?
Well, yeah, no.
I love this song, man. It's like
It's a really good one.
All of them
on there.
But it's a really, really good one. Also takes me back to Sherbet and Stars.
Oh, cool.
And the kind of melody and the vibe of the three. You know? And
I love that.
It's a really, really good melody.
Well, thank you. I love your feel on that. It's just that comping is so good. This is another one that sort of feels like it's like a hit. It feels like I don't even feel like I wrote it. I mean, I don't. Yeah, you really did something with it. All right.
It's the only thing that I couldn't make work.
Okay.
And you should tell me what you think of this. Is the second ending of your.
Oh yeah, I noticed
form.
that was gone.
I could never integrate this into a blowing form where I felt like I could make it work, which is why I took that as an intro.
Oh.
And just reharmonized it. And an outro. I mean, on my sheet, it still says your harmony.
Yeah.
But what I did is turn this one into a D major augmented chord and then resolve it to here. And I took this as an intro as well. So this is I still wanted to honor your second ending, but it wasn't a second ending. It became an intro and an outro.
It's I didn't even notice until I mean, as you know, I didn't even know what song it was. So I didn't even notice until I got in there and tried to follow it. But it's great, man. No problems.
Okay. Next is Opera Glass.
Yeah, I figured out what you did on this.
You figured it out, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, but it's pretty cool. I mean, I honestly, when I was first hearing it, I didn't, you know, this one, by the way, the effect on it is very, okay, so there's this guy named Mark Fisher. He's not alive anymore. He took his own life, actually. He's kind of like a theorist guy from England who wrote a famous book called Capitalist Realism. He's kind of like a Marxist guy, really interesting guy. He has some really good books that are. He has this book called Ghosts of My Life, and he has a book that's really cool called The Weird and the Eerie, where he talks about. He's just an interesting writer and stuff, and he has some pretty cool ideas. But he's kind of associated with this. Have you heard of hauntology before? It's kind of like a pun on the word haunt, like a haunting of a ghost. Anyway, this book, Ghost of My Life, is really good, and it has all these ideas about hauntology, and he talks about this guy, this musician, the Caretaker, which it's super inspired by The Shining, actually, and it's all like these old like old songs that sound like they'd be played in the ballroom of the Overlook, like but like distressed, like put into weird like smashed in low fidelity sounds and stuff. And this song really feels like that aesthetic to me. You know, especially also because it's in that like the style of the kind of minor key writing too is like kind of, you know, kind of antique sounding or something, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you took my thing that moves from G minor to F sharp minor, and you took out the chords. You just kept the melody, and then you took F sharp minor and you went up a fourth to B minor, B flat minor, E flat minor, D minor. Then it loops back.
That's it.
And G minor, F sharp minor, B minor, B flat minor, E flat minor, D minor, G minor, G minor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 3 keys basically.
Yeah, really cool.
It's a concept that I first noticed in a recording of Bill Evans playing Here's That Rainy Day. It's basically playing the same key, the same song in 3 keys, major third apart.
It's like a train idea, yeah?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And I think those 2 guys exchanged a lot of ideas actually. So
Really?
Yeah, I think Bill Evans hipped Coltrane to a lot of things, and the other way around also. Like,
I guess
basically on a standard you can do if a standard ends on the melody note of the tonic, you don't play the tonic chord, but you play a minor chord 1 whole tone below, so the melody note becomes a 9, and that minor chord is the 2 of the new key. So you play a 2, 5, 1. So in G,
G major, you go
you
F minor, B flat, 7 to
and then you're on E flat.
Yeah. And then you do.
And the melody note that you arrived at still fits to that new tonality.
Right.
And so it's very seamless. So, but how I arrived there was, for this one actually, I played it a long time. For a long time I played it in time. So do 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 do.
Oh wow, fast like that.
You know, I played this.
Yeah.
It was kind of grooving even.
Yeah.
And I played around with it and kind of. It had this feel to it, but I was never really satisfied. And also that was a piece where I was about to ask you how you think of it.
Well, you ended up.
But I didn't.
You ended up where I probably heard it.
Oh, great.
I mean, I think to me, it's like, yeah, that tempo is the tempo you heard it at eventually is probably how I heard it. Yeah.
And that was an idea that came in the studio where I was like, I never really know what to do with this song. I play it in time, but I kind of feel that there's a different life to it. And then I just decided, let me try. I have this idea. It came to me actually. Yeah, the idea came when I was trying to sleep the day before the recording. But oftentimes I get ideas, and then they keep me awake. So I was like, okay, so I'm just gonna play the melody, like Chris does on bootlegs.
Right.
I'm just gonna play the melody and forget about the chords because the melody is full of harmonic material. Maybe I don't need it. And also I was imagining this choir.
Okay.
This choir of different timbres and different, imagine a choir of all animals in a zoo singing, stuff like that, singing the melody together. So it's not even, it's not together, it's not,
right.
It's like, it's fizzled out. And one guy starts too early and one guy is like lagging behind. So I was always recording 2 synths at a time.
Yeah.
And 2 contrasting sounds until we had like this whole group of people who played together. And then for some of the things, Jan took certain things out and highlighted other things, you know.
And how did it get that overall distressed sound?
I think a character that comes back is what you described as brushes sound from Wish for a Boat.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is back. And then there's one sound on the Novation, which I love that name also, and it also was on Wish for a Boat already. It's called Time Bender. And it has this effect where it's like one note, but the sound of this note always changes. So and it even has a tempo which changes. So it goes like something like that, like an engine in Star Wars or something.
Yeah.
So I played it on that. I played it on the sound that I played Dizzy Grandeur with, you know, that melting sound together with something very concrete like the celesta.
Yeah.
So we always went for contrasting sounds that could enhance each other and therefore transcend everything a little bit. And the idea to transpose it came, I think, in the studio, because I felt like if I just do this in G minor, it'll be stale after a while.
Yeah.
But the cool thing about the major thirds relationship is like it sounds like you're returning to the tonic, which theoretically you kind of are because they're related.
Right.
But you're somewhere else, and if you do it, with this relationship, you can actually do it for a long time.
Yeah.
And it still sounds like you're sort of there, but you're not.
Yeah, that's how I didn't.
No.
That's how I. Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's how I heard it before I really thought about it. You know.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I think in the back of my mind I was like, wait, why are we going up? Like, wait. But
yeah.
I was like, I think, because I couldn't remember what I really did, but. Yeah, this is one where, like, I feel like what you did with the... I mean, these are true for, I think, literally all of them, but it's just really a particular feeling based on the recording technique and everything, you know? Mm-hmm. Really cool.
Yeah, and with this one, I really wanted to contrast the other pieces. You know? Something like... which is happening here doesn't happen on any other. We're always playing something on top of each other, or playing another kind of note towards it. But here everybody's playing the same note, and everybody's in like a big unison.
Yeah, although you do, but the reharmonization of Dear Jenny connects to this too. They have that similar minor feeling, you know.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch like Jeremy Brett? Sherlock Holmes, like
No.
Granada Television. There's a theme on that's kind of like that. Yeah. I'm very curious about the next song.
Mr. George's Room.
How literally are you playing?
Yeah. So here's what happens.
Okay.
This is your chart.
Yeah.
And
Through compose,
like
no chords.
Yeah. Exactly. Counterpoint of 3 different melodies.
Yeah.
I had to make sense of it because I can read it like this, but it takes me a long time to read it like this.
Mm-hmm.
So I noticed that there's a way for me to write it down in one thing, where it looks like a piano score.
Yeah.
And there I saw the relationships of the notes together.
Right.
What they do to each other. And that creates harmony.
Yeah.
So I played around with this for a while. Just played verbatim. This is at home.
Yeah.
Weeks before the recording. I played around with it, and then I was like, okay, let me go to the kitchen table again and study what's here, and then analyze and see what harmonies arise from that. And then take some liberties and reharmonize a little bit.
Yeah.
So at first, though a lot of these changes were not in there, it was simpler than this. And then I wrote a chart of and added chords, basically.
But the one...
But this is your form, these are the notes, this is the melody. And then I just played around with it. And I was really struggling with the ballad form. It's hard to keep it. It's really hard to keep it. So we really paid, I think we managed on the recording. We really paid a lot of attention to sticking to that form and making sure the form is intact, because it really does something to the song.
So, but when you've got these chords you put, but are you also playing like the original voices, or is it no?
No, I'm reducing it to the melody and what I think the chords are, plus my ideas for maybe some more chords.
Cool.
So at first I studied your 3-part harmony thing, analyzed it, then I knew which chord they were, and then I just did what I would do to a
That's
song,
awesome.
You know? And then this is the cool thing that Jan introduced me to and said, let's do this. This is a cool idea from Jan. Where it's like, because as I said, I was struggling with the form, so we were dealing with that. I found a sound. We were looking for a sound, and this is sort of a Christmassy sound to me. It's just a little bit detuned piano, but then it has these strings built on top of them and some kind of flary, I don't know what this is, like stars on top. We found it on the Roland electric piano, and he told me, just play like the basic track, play it. With that sound, it's already killing, you know?
Yeah.
Play it. I did, trying to keep the form, and at some point I thought, okay, I've played the form once, let me continue with the form, but let me kind of imagine accompaniment for a solo, like on singing a song.
Yeah.
You know? So I did that. And then we finished that basic track. And then he said, okay, so now let's try this, because we weren't sure. Is this another song where I kind of just play a lead sound on top and then we return to the head?
Yeah.
He was like, no, let's do this. We'll do one take, and we have all of the channels open of all of the 3 synths. Yeah. And you get to be like, okay, I'm just going to do something here. We keep the track going, and then you go here a little bit, and then you go here a little bit, and then just be crazy and do all kinds of shit change sound midway, you know?
Yeah.
And that was fun, of course, and way too much. And, and we did it twice. And then he was like, yeah, let's do this like Sabino, where like he plays a song, but sometimes there might be a flute for one moment, and then sometimes there might be a bass added, or there's a pad added, but it always goes back, and things are introduced, taken out,
Yes.
and we'll just highlight the good stuff.
Yeah.
So he was kind of, harvesting.
Oh wow.
What I put in there. So the color and the face of that song changes, although it's going. So sometimes there's a flute solo, but then the guy stops again.
Yeah.
And then there's like a pad again. It's not really about a solo. It's more about the experience of going through Mr. George's room. Coming from that book, there's a moment where I think Rollo is in Mr. George's room, although he's on his own. And I was just imagining a kid going into a room where he's maybe not supposed to be on his own, and just finding cool things.
Yeah. What are the couple chords on the intro remind me of something. They're so good. What is that?
Yeah.
What is that reminding me of? It's like
it also reminds me of something. Maybe some Satie or something. I was thinking of Satie a little bit. I was just playing E in the bass and then B in the bass, each note for one bar, and I think just 2/4. I think F sharp and B for the first, and for the second I played G sharp and C sharp.
It's really pretty.
And that kind of creates and I return to that for the outro.
Yeah. Is it your impression that this is the best song on the album?
It's a special one, but I don't know if it's... A Carriage to Some Pleasant Place.
Yeah, that's another. That's a competitor. But this song drives me insane. Like what you did with it. And it is also the way you guys recorded it. Those sounds and stuff. It's unbelievably beautiful. Like this one actually, like I can feel myself like. It gives me a crazy feeling, and I did think of Joe a little bit too.
Good. He's my hero.
It's so incredible. And it's again, it's like it. What I wrote seems to be. It's strange. It's like, I mean, this is where this idea of almost like. I am very tired now, by the way. I'm fine, but
is it still cool?
Yes.
I don't notice any lag or anything. I just notice you being tired, but it doesn't affect you being on, you know. But I don't want to force you through.
No, we're gonna do this. It's good. It's cool. I'm into it. I'm just I'm at this point. I'm like tired.
Maybe you haven't. Did you drink something in the pause? You should drink
fine.
something.
I have tea.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you did.
I'm just. It's kind of a pleasant feeling. It's like a sleepover or something where it's like
nice.
Really gone pretty
like,
far.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just strange. Like, I guess this is just. It's like I wrote something so. It's pretty dense, and then you just really went in there and just. I don't know if I can say anything. It's just like I don't know. I feel like some. I don't think I really even have words for it. It's really good how it ended up. It's really good.
I love that song.
It's good.
And also the feeling of going to the B so early. It's a new kind of feeling for me.
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it?
And I get lost when I listen to it still. I get lost.
Yeah.
And the beautiful thing is I don't think about the form when I listen to it. I'm riding this wave.
Yeah, the ballad is radical for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. At first I thought I would just play it verbatim, you know, but then I noticed that I think I can find some things in there.
Oh my God, yeah. No,
I'm so happy and thankful for Jan's suggestion of this way of this way of recording this piece without having another solo on top. Although there is some solos, and you know, the reason why we took a long time for you to send it took a bit of time for us to send you the final tracks was we were mixing, or Jan was mixing them, and then sometimes I felt like I'm losing the one flute, which is my emotional high point of the piece. Can we have it louder? And that with balancing all of these different inserts and also suggestions from the different synths, like it really mattered how loud they are.
Oh yeah.
And I was really a little bit anal about like, this has to be in there and this has to be softer,
that's good.
Stuff like that.
In general, I thought the mix was really interesting and really good for the whole record. Like right on the second track, the solo is loud. It's loud, man. It sounds great. I just love I love it when like you don't feel like somebody's trying to be normal. They're trying to actually maximize impact. I like it when things are a little too. I mean, it works, you know. It just doesn't. It doesn't sound overly careful. It sounds like you're trying to make art, you know. It's good mixing. I like the mixing a lot, all of it.
Yeah, he did a great job. Next one is Dear Jenny.
Yeah, so you reharmed it quite a bit, eh?
Yeah, but the thing is, it also came through studying the original
Yeah.
and doing something that I have done on standards before,
Yeah.
where I'm like, okay, so if a major tonality has a relative minor, then all the relationships should still work out if I just transport what is there.
Yeah.
So I did this for most of it,
Okay.
and then just added a few different bass notes and some reharm.
Okay, so like, without having to show me that, because I can look at mine, just
Okay,
tell me
sure.
real quick, like, where is mine? I wonder where it is. Yeah, I don't know why I wanted to. I feel like this song is, it's like Irish or something. All right, so you turned the D into a B minor. You turned the
Yes.
A into a what?
Into some sort of dominant for B minor.
F sharp,
And
sus.
this one, the first one is just E over F sharp, so F sharp sus. And then it becomes a C, although on the record I play E flat over F sharp and then C over F sharp, going back to B minor. Something like that.
Okay. And
So some sort of dominant function going back to the one minor one.
I did catch that you did arrive at the G sus4. What do you do for the D7 though?
B7.
Wow.
You know, that's sometimes like the D7 in G is obviously the 5. So in there I was more thinking about, yeah, so the G sus is the 4 in D, right?
Yeah.
So what's the 4 in B minor? That's E minor. So I just need the dominant of E minor.
But you arrived at the G sus4 still.
The second time, for the second ending.
Oh.
So for the second ending, I go to the G.
What do you do the first time?
And the first time I go to E minor, flat 13.
Okay.
Which is a nod to the G sus4,
Right.
having the C in there. Right? And then the E minor nicely leads to the original E flat minor.
Okay.
And then the kind of, yeah,
Don't you have a little walk down in there somewhere?
yeah. So we're coming right to it. So it's, we're here. So E flat minor.
Yeah.
And then I did E half diminished, but over A flat. So you have a kind of a 2-5 feeling.
Yeah.
And then you go back here. Instead of A, I go to kind of, it sounds a little bit like A7, but with G in the bass.
Yeah.
Having this relationship from A flat to G.
Right.
And the G leads nicely to the F sharp going back to B minor. But for the second ending, and this is something that I had that it came in the studio, I kind of wanted to go back to the major key. So I had to find a
Yes.
way to go back there. Is this still is it on the sheet? Yes. So I took the G sus and made it into a C over G,
Mm-hmm.
which resolves to the G.
Yeah.
And gives us more the majory feel. And this is something that you see in Bach, where he arrives at the tonic but has the dominant in the bass.
Yes.
Yeah?
I can't
You
see.
already
I can't
did the-
see that part of the paper. But what do you have? D over A.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's D
Yeah.
over A. And then I wanted to have a 4 minor to have a little bit more tragic feeling of the G minor 6 over B flat.
With the F sharp over it and stuff. No.
Yes, and then resolving to a D.
To a big D.
And then going back to the B with a half step in the bass.
Yeah.
C sharp with F sharp on top as a chord, as a dominant going back to.
Right. 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 Walk
And then
down.
we found this sound. Yeah, we found this sound. Oh, one thing that I forgot to mention, which was a hilarious moment, and I don't know how you felt about it when you listened to it, or if you even noticed it in that way, going back to Mr. George's room. we found this funny piano sound, the Christmassy sound that I said, with a little bit detuned piano, strings on top, and stars.
Yeah.
You know. So once we found that, we were like, okay, let's go. Let's record this backing track to Mr. George's room. Let's go. So we didn't really know everything about the sound, which came to us when we ended the song. Because I hold that chord, and what actually happens to me, it sounds like slowed down applause, which is so weird.
Oh wow!
I hold the last chord, and then I look up and I notice the sound, and Jan starts laughing, and I start laughing, and we're like, "What is this sound?"
That part is like, crazy. I couldn't. I love that part.
Yeah,
I loved that.
But it was an accident. You know? So for Dear Jenny, we used a similar sound where it's just like a piano with a cut-off attack. There's really no attack, so every note goes like woo, and then it has some light strings on top of it, and that we distorted and put through my melody, my memory boy pedal.
Yeah.
So you have a delay which is detuned, so that does something to the note. And once we found that sound, I was like, let me just do one take, and that was the take, basically. Playing through it and a little bit of soloing, but we also felt good about having a sound, again, like with Dizzy Grandeur, where there's just one sound. We didn't add anything else. And it was just a pure performance of that piece. You know?
You said there was a chair sound you were going to take out, but I don't understand why there was a recording of a chair. I thought it was all direct recording.
Yeah, because the Roland electric piano also went through an amp, and Jan recorded the amp through room mics,
right? Now,
which has a nice feeling to it.
Yeah. Did you take it out?
I think he will at some point, but if you really want to,
I don't. It's your no. I don't choose that stuff. That's you.
Okay.
I think there was what track is it on? Track 4?
No, Dear Jenny is like we're going through the order. This is
no. I know we're in order, but I'm saying, where was the sound of the chair? Was it on this song?
Yes.
Oh, that was random that I brought it up then.
Yeah.
Maybe subliminally I heard it. I don't think I knew where it was, but
there's nice chairs on Kind of Blue, and Someday My Prince Will Come, and I kind of like it.
Yeah.
For this one, I think I want to take it out because for me it takes the attention away from where I want the attention.
That's cool. So a carriage.
Yes, beautiful. Incredible song that you've written there.
It's funny. I mean, I that's something like where very, very late at night, I just got the first bar in my head. And I was like, I'm just going to write this down, even though it's one of those classic times where the hit on the album is like something that you feel like you just are throwing away, is just nothing.
Yeah.
I did use a certain technique when I was writing it that I like to do sometimes, which is it starts to crawl around, it's this kind of repeating thing in 11, and it's kind of moving around. And one thing there's some part of me that could contrive the lines to be a little more. I use this technique sometimes where I sing it to write it because it makes the thing more fucked up. So I could have, where does it sort of turn fucked up? It repeats 3 times. Then it goes to, then with the B flat and the bass, that's normal. And then the next one's kind of interesting. The one starts on A. And I can make it, if I just thought about it, I could construct it to be a little more normal, but I instead just try to hear something. And that's where you get some kind of strange chromaticism. And that's also how you get that weird, when I get to the G in the bass, it's like I let myself get disoriented and go into that You know what I mean?
Beautiful moment. Yes.
So it's like
Yes.
I know what I'm doing, which is that I'm like letting my ear drift a little bit, like lose focus almost. And but respecting that and notating it kind of. But it is intentional.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I harmonized it really specifically. How much did you stay with those chords?
For most of it.
It doesn't do the descending thing out of the gate, does it?
No.
Right.
No. So for me, it's more like D major, D flat major, stays on D flat major, becomes a dominant.
Yep.
Going to the 4.
And there's at one point
And then it goes to the...
you do a tritone sub at one point that's so beautiful in there, right? Just in one of the keyboards, it feels like isn't there a tritone sub at one point, like a G chord?
In the beginning?
No.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes, yeah. So sometimes I went to a G7 to go to the G flat, or I would go to a F sort of feel.
Oh.
You know, F7 going to
that's
G flat
awesome.
major.
Okay.
And then we're at the 4.
Yeah.
And on you suggested on your sheet as well that the 4 becomes a 4 minor 6 or major 7. And for that I go with you, but I take the 3rd in the bass, so it becomes an G flat minor major with A in the bass, resolving to D flat over A flat. So the tonic with the 5 in the bass.
What I had instead was with the 3rd in the bass.
You have D flat over F.
Yeah, you have D flat over A flat. Because your voice leading
with
works.
You, but and then this brings me to the G minor with flat 13 sort of sound.
Oh, because there's an E flat
always
in my
loved.
part. Okay.
Yeah, and the pentatonic says fully G minor,
Right.
but there's the nice thing about it is I think the E flat, and that brings us back to the last sus chord on the 5.
Right.
And just to me that you just created this incredible loop that that was actually a problem in the not your song, but we had problems with this track where we I don't know what happened, but I played the ostinato in the right hand, and we built everything on that, and then we realized that it was lagging, or that it wasn't in sync, and then we tried to course correct and build all these different layers on top of it, and then we realized, oh shit, we just ran towards a wall and we couldn't get further. This song it has to be right, it has to be, there shouldn't be anything that, so we had a break and went for, I think, sweets and drinks, and came back and then just built it from scratch again. So new ostinato to a click. Let's play chords. Let's find a bass sound. What about a fretless bass?
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Let's take a fretless bass. And then we found like a bass synth on the Roland also, which we put through the memory boy, which gives the delay. And that became like a sort of a percussion track, where it goes like...
Yeah.
I kind of played random notes that became a percussion track.
Wow.
And then I soloed on top of it, and then we ended. We were very happy to find like a church bell, like doing doing, for all the D flats. We kind of which was more a celebration of this is where we are.
Yeah.
This is and then I played the solo over it, and then I took it home and I listened to it and I was like, wow, this is my favorite track of the record, and I love it. Is it too short? Then I doubt it, because I kept listening to this song on repeat.
Yeah.
Because I liked it so much.
Yeah.
But then I thought, is it too short? Should we do more? And also that was the song that where we reached the end of the second
Yeah.
recording day of the first sessions. We had, and then we kind of left out one song.
Right.
We arrived at that my hit, your hit, Carriage, but left out one song that I had problems with, that I hadn't had an idea for really up until that point. It was like, but I still have that. We have another session coming up 2 weeks after that. And at some point I thought maybe this is already the record, and we're just gonna get together for the last recording date and just mix and hang out, and and just finish it, because there was also, I guess, underlying reason why where we didn't record Adorn the Scene yet, and because with all the other tracks at some point I could find the connection,
Right.
and up until that point I had just a reharm of the melody. This is what I brought even to the first session.
Yeah.
So 2 weeks after that, I get into this studio, and when for the first session, in 2 days we did 9 songs, and basically they didn't really change afterwards, just in small little details. On that last day, on that second recording date, we pretty much did all day Adorn the Scene, and it kept getting worse and worse.
Oh wow.
So we hit a wall with that song, where like I recorded again a basic Rhodes track, playing through this reharmonization, adding a melody on top, adding a bass synth.
Yeah.
And then we left out a middle space for me to solo later, and then we created a coda, which kind of builds on top of your initial 16th notes idea on this chord, which you call D over 7, but I reharmonized it to C half diminished.
Okay.
Anyways, so we built this thing, and then we have this arrive at a different chord, which is G minor, and we built this huge thing at the end, like this giant building. Took a break and realized, we don't really know what to do with the first part, because we always got invested in the coda and the ending. And I had trouble. At some point, I started playing, flute solos, saxophone solos, guitar solos over these changes, But it really wasn't it.
Yeah.
We took another break, and after the break, I had the idea. I was like, okay, I know it. I'm not going to solo over this form. I'm going to do a, because I added an intro also, which was modal. B flat minor, F7, B flat minor, F7. Let's go back to the intro and just vamp on that, and then I'm just gonna do like a jam sort of vibe. Let me play a fretless solo, let me play a synth solo on top. Sorry, this is a long story for this song, but it's important, I think. So we record this, and then it goes nicely into the coda, but then we had some timing issues in the coda again. Later, Jan fixed them in post. And then the idea came to me, okay, we're excited about the jammy solo now, because this really fit the vibe somehow. We're excited about the head out. We're excited about the coda. Let's just use what we're excited about and throw away the rest, even if it means we kind of don't get the melody for a long time. Also, I changed the time signature of your song, because yours...
Yeah, and you put it in 3 or 6?
Yeah, so this is another idea that came to me while trying to sleep before the recording session, and was like, yeah, that's it. So I was like, instead of... I went like, how about this?
Yeah. It sounds like a 80s shuffle or something, like almost. To me.
So, yeah. Yeah. Although I hear it less triplety.
Okay.
You know? I heard it like straight.
Okay.
So, yeah. And then we took out all of this and then imagined, is this worthy of the song to have it as a hidden track? Is it something that maybe takes away, because it's a hidden track, from that really nice ending of Carriage? You know, does it take away from Carriage if we put it in there? I knew kind of it also from the chronological order of how we recorded it. It was sort of the last track or an afterthought, you know. So that was truthful to how it went down. So Jan found a great way to splice it in. We got rid of another solo that was actually happening on top of the fretless solo.
Okay.
And so it was just a fretless bass solo. And I think now it makes really sense to have it after.
It's great.
To have it after a Carriage.
I think it's great. And I like the timing of it too. Like, it's not, the classic hidden tracks were like a horrible wait, So it's just enough. It's like this. And I mean, I guess, we'll know that there used to be a song, but I kind of think of it as just the title falls away and it's just whatever. When I like register the song with ASCAP or whatever, it'll just be a carriage to some pleasant place. And it's like, it became absorbed into the coda of the song. I do feel like it has a strange effect of, because the real ending of the album is before it, but it doesn't take away from that. It actually makes that even more the real ending. And then there's a different attitude to the coda that is really cool. It's almost like a different personality, because you kind of, it does connect back to me to the comping on
Rondo
singing a song.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's like I don't know if this is accurate, but both of those they both remind me of your Herbie thing a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you've got this whole. It's great. I mean, it's so fun to hear that. Yeah, it's cool how hard you had to fight for it. It's kind of neat that like that part at the end of the album took as long as the rest of the album, kind of.
Yes.
Or longer.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that we stuck with it and that we didn't give up, because I knew it was sort of worth it, and that it could give another perspective on the album and still have, with short albums like that, I want to have, me as a listener, I want to have the feeling of, let me listen again.
Oh, yeah.
And I knew if the hidden track wouldn't work as well, that would take away from that feeling. It's like, whatever that was now.
Yeah.
No,
the whole thing is balanced great, and it's really unique. It's like, it's crazy how all the layers of development too. I mean, just how there's all this music that's written and then so much writing on the writing that amplifies the writing through like a weird kaleidoscope. I'm very pleased with it.
That makes me happy.
I'm very into it. It's extremely cool. It's kind of cool too how there's like a little wait now. I mean, you've got all this crazy stuff coming up. It's like, it's cool how we have to wait a couple months. It's also going to be nice to put it out. The new year is always a new feeling, because it's just a change in number, but it can, like we were talking about earlier with like words, a new year is a new time. So it'll be nice to put it out then. Hoping 2026 is better than 2025, I hope.
Yeah. Man, thank you for your trust. And for this incredible opportunity to collaborate. I've never done anything like it.
Me neither.
And also I get to put out an album that I could have never done myself. Yeah. And I think it's the other way around as well. And that's what we also are excited about, because I could have never made my album, and the other way around. I could have never made it,
Yeah.
And it's such an honor to have you, experience and go through my music and find yourself in it.
Yeah.
And do the things. I mean, there's some form of me where I'm like, I want to do this again.
Yeah.
But it's like maybe never, because this is something so unique, and I don't know if we would do another one. I don't know. I don't.
We'll do something else.
Yeah.
We'll do something else. Yeah. This is. I think that the best thing that could happen, besides, the best thing already did happen. I think there's There's a couple of things that will be interesting to see. I think it will probably, I think that it will change our relationship to just, I can already feel it's like, it'll change what we do next just as our own albums too. Because it was just so confusing and interesting that I just feel like it changes like kind of everything in this cool way. And it would be cool if, we can't control this and it might take a minute, but it'd be cool if, it gave somebody else some ideas about not necessarily doing the exact same thing, but, playing with these kinds of ideas, because the music business is changed so much that it's harder to make, it's less of a business than it used to be. And the positive side of that is that, we're making albums for cheaper than they've ever been made before. And so, we can take more risks. And even back in the day, obviously, when albums cost a lot of money, great artists took incredible risks. But I like the idea that, I guess one way to react to things, there being so much less money in music than there used to be, is to be fearful and to take less risk, because you kind of, just trying to make this happen. But it's cool to go the other way and be like, well, let's see what we can do with this, and let's try some new things, And I do think, we did an experiment and it succeeded. It's like it went really well. It's like really good. It's cool. Both albums are really, really interesting. And it is like, it feels like, is this mine or is it not? Or is that question kind of a little confused? And I think that's, I like that feeling.
Yeah.
You can it's also like you start to feel, it's like feeling your influence on somebody. And you don't even have to be there anymore. It's like, but you still are. Yeah. It's like,
no, I couldn't have done your album without having our relationship and also the long hours of listening to your music and obsessing about it, because in some things I think I understand you and your music in some form that helped me to play it.
Yeah.
And the other way around, So it kind of makes sense. Everything makes
Yeah,
sense.
and I think it is true that that the I don't know how to say it, the liberties that you took, that's not the right word for it, but maybe the development of it, like, it's like the development section of a sonata or something. You took that, what was there, and you expanded on it. In a way, it's truer to the music than to just do it. And the other thing is that I did intentionally write some, I kind of wrote it in a way where there wasn't enough there, in a way, to just play it. You could, but there was.
It's over soon.
Yeah, this was it was kind of meant to be like this,
Yeah, if I play opera glass 2 times, you know, maybe I'm missing the point.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you. I'm very tired.
Thank you.
It's
Yes.
I'm gonna just sleep here.
Yes.